My name is Natalie Hale. I am 34 years old, and my father ended our relationship in 11 seconds. I was still at my desk when the voicemail came through, and his voice was so flat it sounded less like anger and more like a decision that had already been signed off somewhere behind my back. Don't come back. We're moving on without you. I played it twice because I honestly thought I had missed something. Maybe my name. Maybe a reason. Maybe one crack in his voice that proved he still remembered I was his daughter. There was nothing. No explanation, no fight, just a clean cut. So I texted back one word. Okay. Then I moved faster than they thought I could. The family trust one had structured after my father's surgery was locked before my coffee went cold. The townhouse deal they were counting on for retirement was canceled before lunch. The shared support account that had somehow become everyone's private convenience fund was sealed behind my credentials by dinner. By the next morning, there were 46 missed calls. One message from an estate attorney saying, "We have a serious problem." And for the first time in years, I laughed without guilt. Because if my father wanted a future without me, then he was finally going to see what that future actually looked like when my money, my name, my credit, and my patience were no longer carrying it. Before I tell you what he said and what happened after I walked out, tell me this. What time is it for you right now? And where are you watching from? I want to see how far this story reaches before it all comes apart. People love to talk about family loyalty when they are standing on top of something you built. I did not learn that in one dramatic night. I learned it over 12 years of being the daughter who fixed things quietly. I worked as a senior licensing manager for a hospitality group that handled restaurant and boutique hotel expansions across 3 states. My job was contracts, compliance, deadlines, permits, signatures, the kind of work nobody notices until something collapses. That same role slowly became my position inside my family too. When my father, Thomas, tore his rotator cuff and could not work overtime anymore, I reorganized their debts. When medical bills stacked up, I created a family trust so the money I was putting aside for their future would not be swallowed by panic spending. When my mother, Margaret, said they were tired of renting and wanted something small and warm for retirement, I structured a plan for a townhouse purchase in Scottsdale under strict terms. My money for the down payment, my credit on the file, my ownership until they paid their portion over time. My older brother, Mark, contributed opinions, emotional speeches, and absolutely nothing else that could survive an audit. He had a talent for drifting into a room after the hard part was done, and making it sound like he had been part of the solution all along. For years, I ignored it because I was busy. I told myself competence was enough. It was not. Competence is useful, but in a family built around selective memory, usefulness can turn into entitlement. So gradually you do not notice until someone decides the machine should keep running without the person who built it. The voicemail did not blindside me because my father was cruel by nature. It blindsided me because I finally realized how easy it had become for all of them to confuse my support with an obligation. They had stopped seeing my help as a gift long before they decided to throw me out. They saw it as infrastructure. And when people think you are infrastructure, they do not imagine you can leave. They imagine you will absorb the damage and keep the lights on anyway. That was their mistake. My bigger mistake was not seeing the setup sooner, because the voicemail was not the start of the betrayal. It was only the first piece they said out loud. The calls started at 6:12 the next morning. My father first, then my mother, then 2 unknown numbers, then Mark, then the estate attorney, then my father again. As if repetition could turn panic into authority, I did not answer. I took a shower, put on a clean blazer, and went to work like the world had not cracked open the night before. That was the part that always unnerved people about me. When I was hurt, I did not become loud. I became organized. At 8:23, my mother texted that I was overreacting. At 8:27, she sent another saying, "Nobody meant it the way it sounded." At 8:31, she texted, "Please call your father before he does something he cannot undo." I actually smiled at that, because what exactly did they think I had done? I had not screamed at them. I had not shown up at the house. I had not threatened anyone. I had simply removed myself from contracts, frozen access to my own money, and forced their assumptions to meet reality. The estate attorney finally left the message that made me save the voicemail instead of deleting it. Natalie, this is Daniel Kessler. We have a serious problem with the trust hold and the canceled property file. Your parents believed there was an internal family understanding. Please call me back before this becomes more difficult. Internal family understanding. That was lawyer language for somebody made promises they had no right to make. By lunchtime, I got my first glimpse of how far the fiction had already spread. A cousin in Phoenix texted me asking if I was okay and saying she heard I had been under a lot of pressure lately. An old family friend emailed to say she hoped I was not making drastic decisions from a place of burnout. Burnout. Pressure. Drastic decisions. The language was too polished to be spontaneous. Mark had started seasoning the story before the breakup was official. He was not telling people I was greedy, not yet. He was telling them I had changed, that I had become controlling, that I had been saying strange things, that I was not thinking clearly. It was smart in an ugly way. Wild accusations invite resistance. Gentle concern slides under people's defenses. By the time my father called for the 10th time, I knew this was bigger than a single voicemail. Someone had spent weeks preparing them to see me not as the daughter holding everything together, but as the problem standing in the way of a simpler future. And in my family, there was only one person who could lie that softly and still sound helpful. Mark finally texted me late that night. I hope you're proud of yourself. No punctuation, no explanation, just enough venom to confirm what I already suspected. I did not respond right away. Instead, I opened the document folder I had not touched in months and started rebuilding a timeline. Receipts, wire confirmations, email threads, draft contracts, notes from property calls, access logs. Then I called someone I trusted more than anyone attached to my family. Martin Shaw had been our accountant for more than a decade before Mark convinced my parents to switch to a younger advisory firm he described as more current and more collaborative. Martin was the kind of man who never raised his voice and never wasted a sentence. When I met him the next afternoon, he looked over the trust paperwork and asked me one question that made my stomach drop. Did someone recently imply they expected your approval role to end? I stared at him and asked why. He folded his hands and said, because I received a discreet inquiry 3 weeks ago about what would happen if the acting contributor became unreliable or emotionally compromised. Those were the exact words. Unreliable or emotionally compromised. Not dead, not unavailable. Compromised. I felt something cold slide into place inside me. 3 weeks ago, before the voicemail, before the calls, before my father told me not to come back, someone had already been exploring how to get around me. Martin would not speculate, but he did not need to. Mark had been building a transition plan while smiling at family dinners and asking me whether I thought desert property values would keep rising. The next proof came by accident. The real estate agent handling the Scottsdale townhouse emailed me a revised cancellation notice and accidentally included a prior reply thread. Mark had written to her earlier that morning trying to salvage the purchase without me. He claimed I had stepped away due to emotional instability and was no longer able to handle financial stress without lashing out at family. I read that line 3 times. Emotional instability. That was his play. Turn me from architect into liability. Make my father believe he was protecting the family by pushing me out. Make outsiders think my withdrawal proved his story. Make himself look like the calm son stepping in to help. I forwarded the full thread to my attorney and then to Daniel Kessler, the estate attorney who had left the message. Beneath it, I wrote one line. This is why your clients have a serious problem. He called me inside 20 minutes. His voice was careful now, stripped of that earlier assumption that this was a family misunderstanding. Ms. Hale, I think we need to discuss whether your brother represented facts that cannot be supported. That was the nearest any lawyer would come to saying someone had lied through their teeth without a formal accusation. And that was the moment I stopped thinking about damage control. I started thinking about exposure. Not just proving I was innocent, but making them all sit still long enough to hear what they had chosen to believe. My father sent the message that opened the door. Please. 5 minutes. No yelling. We were told things. That phrase mattered more than he realized. We were told things. Not we know. Not you did this. Told. I answered with a time and one instruction. Tomorrow at 7. Everyone at the house. No excuses. Bring every version you were given. I'll bring documents. When I walked into my parents' dining room the next evening, the room felt staged for a funeral nobody had agreed to name. My father, Thomas, sat at the head of the table like he still believed posture could hold the family together. My mother, Margaret, looked exhausted, hands folded too tightly in her lap. Mark sat across from me, polished and cold, chin lifted, eyes already rehearsing innocence. I did not sit down right away. I laid out the first document in silence. Proof of the down payment transfer for the townhouse. The second, my signed escrow documents. The third, trust formation records showing who funded it, who controlled temporary disbursement authority, and why. The fourth, support account statements documenting grocery runs, boutique purchases, subscription services, and restaurant tabs that were never part of emergency support. Then I put down the printout from the real estate agent, the one where Mark had described me as emotionally unstable. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Mark tried first. He said everyone was under stress, and people were reading too much into wording. So I put down Martin Shaw's written summary of the inquiry he had received 3 weeks before the voicemail, asking how the trust would function if I became unreliable or emotionally compromised. My mother looked up so fast her chair scraped the floor. 3 weeks ago, she whispered. My father turned to Mark. He started talking immediately, too fast, saying he had only been trying to prepare for every possibility because I had been distant and sharp and hard to talk to. I asked one question. When exactly did I say I wanted to cut Mom and Dad out? Silence. He blinked. Then he said, after dinner one night in the car. My father frowned. We drove separately that night, he said. I watched the lie hit the table and die there. Mark pivoted, saying maybe he had the night wrong, but not the substance. So I asked another question. When did I ever tell you I wanted control of everything? He looked at my mother now, not me. Margaret's face had gone pale. That was the first moment she understood what had happened. Not an argument, not a misunderstanding. A story had been fed to them in layers until exile felt justified. My father's voice was low when he finally asked Mark if he told people I was unstable. Mark said he had been concerned. Concerned. That word again, the coward's shield. I leaned forward then and spoke more quietly than anyone expected. You did not protect them from me. You tried to replace me with their permission. Nobody moved. Nobody defended him. The room had that terrible stillness families reach only when the wrong child finally has proof. I did not yell. That unsettled them more than anger would have. I simply kept going because calm is merciless when the evidence is already doing the damage for you. I showed my father the chain of messages from relatives repeating versions of Mark's story. I showed my mother the timeline proving the quiet smear campaign began before the voicemail. I showed Daniel Kessler's follow-up email confirming that any attempt to alter trust direction without my consent had no legal standing and raised serious compliance concerns. By then, Mark had shifted from defiant to wounded, which was exactly where he always went when the script slipped away from him. He said he was being painted as a villain for trying to hold the family together. He said I had always made everyone feel small because I handled the money and the paperwork and the planning. He said, maybe none of this would have happened if you had been easier to love. My mother actually gasped. That line was meant for me, but it landed on both of them too, because suddenly the whole table could see what he had really resented. Not my control, my reliability. I had become the standard he could not meet. and the gate he could not get past. So he tried to turn my competence into suspicion. My father stood up so quickly his chair tipped backward. He looked at Mark with a kind of stunned disgust I had never seen on his face before. Did you tell me my daughter wanted us ruined? Did you tell me she met with lawyers to push us out? Did you tell me she said we were dead weight? Mark started crying then, but even that felt strategic. Too late and too neat. He reached for my mother first, of course, but Margaret stepped back. It was a small movement, barely more than a lean away, yet it changed the entire room. My mother had finally stopped protecting the wrong person. My father asked Mark to leave. He refused. He asked again, harder this time. When he still did not move, my father called Mark's wife Laura, who arrived 15 minutes later looking like a woman who already knew her marriage had been built on omissions. She did not make a scene. She simply listened to enough, took one long look at her husband, and told him they were going home. Mark turned to me at the door and said, "This is not over." I believed him. Manipulators never think the story ends when they lose. They think it becomes unfair. The moment the front door closed, my mother began to cry for real. Not dramatic tears, not the careful kind meant to redirect sympathy. This was the sound of a woman realizing she had helped exile the child who had been carrying her future. My father did not cry. He looked at me and said the words I had needed and hated in equal measure. I was wrong. I let someone else tell me who my daughter was. Then he sat down across from me like he had aged 5 years in an hour, and asked what it would take to fix what could still be fixed. That was the question I had been waiting for, because forgiveness was never going to be the price. Structure was. I did not go back to the old arrangement. That would have made everything they put me through meaningless. Instead, I gave them terms. Clear ones. Legal ones. Terms built to survive tears, guilt, and future revisionist history. The Scottsdale townhouse would move forward only under my sole ownership. Thomas and Margaret Hale would receive notarized lifetime residency rights. Full occupancy, no rent, no surprise removal, no dependence on Mark's goodwill, and no opening for him to claim equitable interest later. The trust would be rebuilt with narrower language, automatic audit triggers, and a clause permanently excluding any family member who attempted misrepresentation to redirect control or access. Mark would not merely be taken off current paperwork. He would be cut out of any pathway that could later turn emotional pressure into legal leverage. The support account would never reopen as a shared free-for-all. Instead, I would cover agreed essentials directly through scheduled payments I controlled. No cards, no casual transfers, no mystery spending hidden under family need. My father agreed before I finished the second page. My mother cried again when she saw Mark's exclusion clause, but this time she signed anyway. 3 days later, Daniel Kessler filed the revised trust documents. 2 days after that, I re-entered the townhouse purchase on corrected terms. My name only. My money only. My rules at last stated openly instead of assumed quietly. Mark found out the way I wanted him to find out, through public records and silence. He called me 12 times in one afternoon. I never answered. Then came the texts. "You stole my family. You poisoned them against me. You think money makes you powerful." I saved the messages and sent them straight to my attorney. Laura filed for separation 2 weeks later after learning this was not the first story he had manipulated to gain access to something that was not hers. Relatives stopped taking his calls when the timelines no longer matched, and the sympathy no longer stuck. By the end of the month, the man who had tried to inherit my role was renting a small apartment alone, shut out of the trust, shut out of the house, shut out of every financial structure he thought he could slide into once I was gone. My father did something I never thought I would see. He left me a voicemail of his own, and this time his voice shook. "Natalie, please come back. Not because we need the money, but because I know now what I threw away when I let him speak for you." I listened to it once in my car outside the title office after signing the final ownership documents. Then I looked at my name on the file, and understood something that took me 34 years to learn. Being invited back is not the same as belonging. I did come back eventually, but not as the daughter who absorbed the damage and kept everyone comfortable. I came back as the woman who wrote the terms, locked the doors, and made sure the next person they moved on without was never going to be me. The cleanest revenge is not spectacle. It is permanence. A month after my father's voicemail, the townhouse in Scottsdale finally closed. I drove out there alone the morning after signing, parked in the gravel drive, and sat behind the wheel for a full minute, looking at the white porch, the blue shutters, the line of trees beyond the back fence, and the small strip of desert visible through them like a promise you could almost touch. My mother had wanted the garden space. My father had wanted the workshop in the detached garage. I had wanted, stupidly, for helping them to still mean something warm and mutual. Instead, I got something colder and more durable, clarity. My parents moved in that weekend. There was no celebration, no family photos, no performative speech about fresh starts, just boxes, a rented truck, my father assembling shelves in silence, and my mother wiping down kitchen counters that were already clean because she did not know what else to do with her hands. I gave them a folder containing their residency agreement, emergency procedures, updated medication reimbursement process, and a plain English explanation of what the new trust rules meant. My father read every page. My mother asked twice whether I really needed such strict protections. I answered the same way both times. You needed me. You just didn't think that meant you had to protect me too. After that, she stopped asking. Weeks passed. The calls changed. Instead of panicked demands and vague guilt, I got practical questions about utilities, insurance, and doctors nearby. My father grew quieter, but not in the punishing way I remembered from childhood. In the humbled way of a man realizing that authority without accountability is just noise. He apologized properly one evening while we were sorting tool bins in the garage. No speeches, no grand redemption arc. He said, "I was wrong, and I chose the easy story because it protected my pride." I said, "I know." He nodded once, like that hurt and helped at the same time. My mother's apology came slower because women like her often confuse peacekeeping with innocence. It took her longer to admit that standing by while one child is sacrificed to keep the room calm is still a choice. But eventually she did. She said she had wanted so badly to believe Mark needed protecting that she had not considered I might be the one being targeted. That was the first apology from her that actually sounded expensive. Mark, meanwhile, burned fast. A mutual family friend told me he had tried to pitch a business idea to 2 cousins and an uncle. Some half-formed plan involving mobile detailing and branded merchandise, and asked each of them for startup money while painting himself as the son unfairly cut off by a controlling sister. Nobody bit. He had already told too many versions of the story. In one, I was greedy. In another, unstable. In another, vindictive because I hated seeing him close to our parents. Liars always forget that consistency is part of credibility. By the time he tried to gather sympathy, the facts had outrun him. Laura had stopped taking his calls. Martin Shaw wanted no further involvement beyond closing out the earlier mess. I had documented every protective revision. Even extended family members who had once bought the performance started asking why every disaster in Mark's life required someone else's credit score. 3 months later, my mother told me he was renting a small duplex outside Scottsdale and working unpredictable hours for a friend's landscaping company. She said it like she wanted me to hear tragedy. I heard adulthood. He had a roof. He had work. He had the exact amount of support he had once argued everyone should learn to live with. None. One Sunday afternoon, after we had lived with the new arrangement long enough for it to feel normal, my father handed me his phone and said there was something I should hear. Mark had left him a voicemail. It was full of injured righteousness at first, then bargaining, then a crack in the voice right near the end where the truth finally showed through. He said, "Dad, I just need someone to believe me for once." I handed the phone back and almost laughed at the cruelty of how precisely he had described what he'd taken from me. My father deleted the message without replaying it. We stood in the garage a second longer than necessary. Then he said very quietly, I should have believed you before it cost this much." That was it. Not cinematic, not neat. Just true. It did cost that much. It cost me the last illusions I had about what love automatically protects. It cost my parents the fantasy that they could enjoy my stability while entertaining his sabotage. It cost Mark the access he thought he was entitled to, and that was the ending that mattered most. Not that I won the house. Not that the trust was back under my control. Not even that the family lawyer had once emailed, "We have a serious problem," and had been absolutely right. What mattered was this. The door my father slammed shut with that voicemail did not reopen the way he expected. I did come back, but not as the daughter who could be dismissed and then summoned when the paperwork went bad. I came back as the person who wrote the rules this time. The house is protected. My parents are protected. The trust is audit locked. My phone is quiet. Mark has no route in. And if you ask me whether I forgive them, the answer is more complicated than people like. I support my parents. I speak to them. I see them. I do not trust them the way I once did. And that is not bitterness. That is memory with boundaries. My father told me not to come back. By morning, there were 46 missed calls and a lawyer begging me to fix what my absence had broken. I laughed because for the first time in my life, the family emergency was no longer mine to absorb. It was theirs to survive. And they only did because I allowed it, on terms none of them will ever control. My name is Julia Ashford. I'm 29 years old. And the night my father finally learned to fear paper started with him laughing at me in a ballroom full of people who had spent half their lives applauding my sister. He lifted his glass, looked straight at me, and said, "You'll never be as good as your sister." The room laughed because that was what everyone always did when he used me as the punchline. My sister smiled into the spotlight like she'd been born in it. I stood there in heels that were already killing my feet after a 14-hour shift at the port of Savannah, holding an untouched champagne flute, and felt something inside me go completely still. Then I heard myself say, "Then tell her to pay the bills. I'm not sending money anymore." My father actually scoffed. He looked around the room enjoying the attention and said, "What money? We never received a single dollar from you." That was the moment the laughter stopped sounding humiliating and started sounding temporary, because he thought I would argue. He thought I would cry. He thought I would do what I had done my entire life. Swallow the insult to protect the family, and let him walk away with the last word. I didn't. I said nothing. I just looked at him, looked at my sister, and pictured the locked file on my laptop with every transfer, every invoice, every emergency payment, every lie. By the time I brought the receipts back to him, he was begging me not to do this. Before I tell you what he said and what happened after I walked out, tell me, what time is it for you right now, and where are you watching from? I'm curious to see how far this story will travel. I grew up in Savannah in a family that treated reputation like religion. My father, David Ashford, ran Ashford Marine Supply, a business old boat captains and yacht owners had trusted for decades. My mother, Carol, curated charity luncheons, holiday tours, and every polished social ritual that made people say our family had class. My younger sister Natalie was their masterpiece. She was beautiful in that effortless television-ready way that made strangers trust her instantly. By 26, she was already the bright face on local morning segments, ribbon cuttings, and fundraising campaigns. The daughter my parents introduced before I even reached the room. I was the other one, the dependable one. The one who worked in freight audit for a shipping company at the port, stayed late, caught errors, cleaned messes, and knew exactly how expensive appearances really were. My father loved telling people Natalie had charm, and I had a practical streak, which sounded harmless until you heard the way the room always softened for her and tightened for me. What nobody knew was that Ashford Marine Supply should have folded 3 years earlier. One customs penalty during a bad quarter. One warehouse insurance increase. One payroll gap my father swore would fix itself. Then another. Then another. The first time he called me, it sounded temporary. "Julia, sweetheart, I just need help moving some numbers until Monday." Monday became the following month. Then tax season, then the lease on the storage yard, then the insurance premium on my mother's vintage house that she insisted had to stay in the family for legacy. Natalie never saw any of that. She floated from brunch shoots to charity boards to sponsored posts about gracious Southern living while I sat in my apartment after work reconciling overdue invoices and wiring my own money into accounts I was never supposed to be responsible for. My father said I understood numbers better than anyone. My mother said I was the backbone of the family. Neither of them ever said thank you when the transfer went through. The gala that night was for a children's sailing charity Natalie fronted every year. She stood on stage in white silk talking about discipline, service, and family values while I stood in the back checking my phone because I already knew the company payroll draft was going to hit at midnight. I had covered it for the last 2 months after David overbought inventory, trying to impress a new yacht broker. I had also paid the property tax installment on my parents' house and the retainer for the lawyer Natalie needed after a nasty contract dispute she publicly called a misunderstanding. Then my father decided to turn me into entertainment. He wrapped an arm around Natalie, looked toward me and said, "One daughter knows how to represent this family. The other still thinks hard work can make her interesting." That got the laugh. Then came the line about me never being as good as Natalie. Then came mine. Then tell her to pay the bills. If you've ever wanted to say one honest sentence in a room full of liars, you know how quiet the body gets right before impact. I walked out before anyone could stop me. The night air along Bull Street felt wet and heavy, and by the time I reached my car, my hands were shaking so hard I had to sit in the driver's seat for a full minute before turning the key. I didn't cry. I was too angry to cry. I drove home to my apartment near the river, kicked off my heels, opened my laptop, and stared at a folder I had built over years without fully admitting why I was building it. It was called Harbor. Bland name, easy to ignore. Inside it were subfolders by month, then by category: payroll rescue, tax advance, insurance gap, house payment, Natalie legal, Natalie image management, emergency wire, vendor settlement. Every time I told myself the family would pay me back, I saved one more receipt, just in case. I had bank confirmations, screenshots, emails, cashier's check scans, late notices I intercepted, and spreadsheets I had annotated in the exhausted language of someone trying to save a sinking thing without admitting it was sinking. I totaled it all for the first time that night. $184,612. That number sat on the screen like a verdict. I called Michael Crane, an old co-worker from my first job in logistics, the one person I trusted to look at ugly numbers without flinching. He answered half asleep, heard my voice and said, "What happened?" I told him everything. The gala, the insult, the denial, the room full of people laughing while my father erased years of transfers with one sentence. Michael didn't waste time pretending this was fixable with a calm conversation. "Print everything," he said. "And stop one thing tonight. Not tomorrow. Tonight." I knew what he meant. If I waited until morning, I would lose my nerve and they would smell it. So I logged into the corporate payroll bridge I had personally covered with my own emergency account, removed my backup authorization, and let the next scheduled draft return to the business account where it belonged. Then I turned off the automatic transfer I had set up for my parents' house tax reserve. Then the quarterly marine insurance installment I had been fronting. I didn't touch anything illegally. I didn't steal. I just removed the invisible net I had stretched beneath all of them. At 2 a.m., with my printer humming and paper stacking across my dining table, I realized the real betrayal wasn't just that my father mocked me. It was that he mocked me while standing on money I had sent. He humiliated me from a stage built with my labor. Natalie's gown, the floral sponsorship dinner she bragged about, the polished smile my mother wore while pretending we were thriving. Every bit of it existed because I kept covering the rot. By 4, Michael was at my apartment in jeans and a wrinkled Henley, helping me organize the binder by category and date. He looked at the first page summary and actually whistled. "This is the terrifying part," he said quietly. Not because it's dramatic, but because it's undeniable. He was right. Rage can be argued with. Tears can be dismissed. A clean ledger with signatures, dates, and transfer IDs is a blade. Before sunrise, my father texted me one line. "You embarrassed yourself tonight." I stared at it, then typed back, "No, I stopped protecting you." That morning, for the first time in years, I went to work without checking whether my family had enough cash to survive the week. By noon the next day, my mother had called 6 times, Natalie 3, and my father not at all. That meant he was angry enough to think silence would scare me. Instead, it gave me room. Around 4 p.m., my mother finally sent the message she thought would pull me back into line. "Sunday dinner. We will discuss this as a family. Be reasonable." Be reasonable. That phrase had haunted my whole life. It meant take less, give more, and never force anyone else to feel ashamed. I told Michael I was going. He told me to bring copies, not originals. So I did. Sunday evening, I walked into my parents' historic house with one slim envelope in my bag and one hard truth in my chest. The dining room looked exactly like it always had. Silver polished, candles lit, my mother's best china glowing in warm light, like the room itself had never heard a raised voice. Natalie was already there in a cream dress, looking soft and wounded for effect. My father sat at the head of the table with the stiff posture he used whenever he planned to punish someone politely. He started before the salad plates were cleared. "You created a scene at a public event," he said. "You owe your sister an apology." Natalie lowered her eyes. My mother dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. It would have been funny if it weren't so practiced. I set my fork down and said, "I'm not apologizing for telling the truth." My father's jaw tightened. "What truth?" "That you've built some fantasy where you're supporting everyone." There it was again, denial with confidence. The kind of lie that only works when the victim keeps cooperating. "Not a fantasy," I said. "A ledger." My mother cut in quickly, trying to smooth it over. "Julia, if you helped here and there, it was because you wanted to. Families help each other." I turned to her. Did I want to cover the warehouse insurance after Dad missed the renewal? Her face changed just slightly. "Enough." I looked at Natalie. Did I want to wire money to your attorney the week you told everyone you handled your own business? Natalie flushed hard. My father slapped one hand lightly on the table. "Enough. You are not going to sit in my house and accuse us of using you." His voice rose on the last word, and something in me settled even more deeply. Good. Let him be loud. Loud people stop thinking. I pulled the envelope from my bag and slid one single page across the table to him. Not the full binder, just the summary: date, category, amount, destination. He glanced down with the bored contempt of a man sure he was about to dismiss me, then stopped halfway through the first line. Payroll bridge, Ashford Marine Supply. Property tax installment, Ashford Residence. Retainer transfer, Low Country Media Council for Natalie Ashford. Insurance catch-up. Vendor settlement. His fingers tightened around the paper. My mother leaned over, red enough to blanch, then sat back fast. Natalie whispered, "What is that?" I answered without looking at her. "The part I'm willing to show you in private before I show the rest in public." The room went still. My father tried to scoff again, but it cracked halfway out of his throat. "You're exaggerating," he said. "These aren't gifts. These are things you offered." "Say that again," I told him. "Say in front of all of us that you never received a single dollar from me." He didn't. He couldn't. Because sometimes the most humiliating thing isn't being exposed. It's being forced to sit in the silence after your lie dies. I stood up before dessert. The next payroll issue is yours. The next insurance draft is yours. The next tax notice is yours. Natalie's contracts are hers. I'm done. As I walked out, I turned once and asked the only question that mattered. Have you ever noticed how the person you call difficult is always the person carrying what you refuse to lift? Nobody answered. They were too busy staring at the first page. Monday morning, Ashford Marine Supply called my father before 9 a.m. I know because he called me at 9:07 for the first time since the gala, and there was panic under the anger. Payroll didn't clear, he said without hello. What did you do? I was standing on the loading deck at work, clipboard in hand, watching containers get scanned. Nothing, I said. I stopped doing what you said I never did. He went silent for 2 beats, then exploded. He called me vindictive, childish, hysterical. Every word men like him use when a woman stops being useful. I let him finish and said, "Hire a controller." Then I hung up. So I logged into the corporate payroll bridge I had personally covered with my own emergency account, removed my backup authorization, and let the next scheduled draft return to the business account where it belonged. Then I turned off the automatic transfer I had set up for my parents' house tax reserve. Then the quarterly marine insurance installment I had been fronting. I didn't touch anything illegally. I didn't steal. I just removed the invisible net I had stretched beneath all of them. At 2 a.m., with my printer humming and paper stacking across my dining table, I realized the real betrayal wasn't just that my father mocked me. It was that he mocked me while standing on money I had sent. He humiliated me from a stage built with my labor. Natalie's gown, the floral sponsorship dinner she bragged about, the polished smile my mother wore while pretending we were thriving. Every bit of it existed because I kept covering the rot. By 4, Michael was at my apartment in jeans and a wrinkled Henley, helping me organize the binder by category and date. He looked at the first page summary and actually whistled. "This is the terrifying part," he said quietly. "Not because it's dramatic, but because it's undeniable." He was right. Rage can be argued with. Tears can be dismissed. A clean ledger with signatures, dates, and transfer IDs is a blade. Before sunrise, my father texted me one line. "You embarrassed yourself tonight." I stared at it, then typed back, "No, I stopped protecting you." That morning, for the first time in years, I went to work without checking whether my family had enough cash to survive the week. By noon the next day, my mother had called 6 times, Natalie 3, and my father not at all. That meant he was angry enough to think silence would scare me. Instead, it gave me room. Around 4 p.m., my mother finally sent the message she thought would pull me back into line. "Sunday dinner. We will discuss this as a family. Be reasonable." Be reasonable. That phrase had haunted my whole life. It meant take less, give more, and never force anyone else to feel ashamed. I told Michael I was going. He told me to bring copies, not originals. So I did. Sunday evening, I walked into my parents' historic house with one slim envelope in my bag and one hard truth in my chest. The dining room looked exactly like it always had. Silver polished, candles lit, my mother's best china glowing in warm light. Like the room itself had never heard a raised voice. Natalie was already there in a cream dress, looking soft and wounded for effect. My father sat at the head of the table with the stiff posture he used whenever he planned to punish someone politely. He started before the salad plates were cleared. "You created a scene at a public event," he said. "You owe your sister an apology." Natalie lowered her eyes. My mother dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. It would have been funny if it weren't so practiced. I set my fork down and said, "I'm not apologizing for telling the truth." My father's jaw tightened. "What truth?" "That you've built some fantasy where you're supporting everyone." There it was again, denial with confidence. The kind of lie that only works when the victim keeps cooperating. "Not a fantasy," I said. "A ledger." My mother cut in quickly, trying to smooth it over. "Julia, if you helped here and there, it was because you wanted to. Families help each other." I turned to her. Did I want to cover the warehouse insurance after Dad missed the renewal? Her face changed just slightly. "Enough." I looked at Natalie. "Did I want to wire money to your attorney the week you told everyone you handled your own business?" Natalie flushed hard. My father slapped one hand lightly on the table. "Enough. You are not going to sit in my house and accuse us of using you." His voice rose on the last word, and something in me settled even more deeply. Good. Let him be loud. Loud people stop thinking. I pulled the envelope from my bag and slid one single page across the table to him. Not the full binder, just the summary. Date, category, amount, destination. He glanced down with the bored contempt of a man sure he was about to dismiss me, then stopped halfway through the first line. Payroll bridge, Ashford Marine Supply. Property tax installment, Ashford Residence. Retainer transfer, Low Country Media Council for Natalie Ashford. Insurance catch-up. Vendor settlement. His fingers tightened around the paper. My mother leaned over, read enough to blanch, then sat back fast. Natalie whispered, "What is that?" I answered without looking at her. "The part I'm willing to show you in private before I show the rest in public." The room went still. My father tried to scoff again, but it cracked halfway out of his throat. "You're exaggerating," he said. "These aren't gifts. These are things you offered." "Say that again," I told him. "Say in front of all of us that you never received a single dollar from me." He didn't. He couldn't. Because sometimes the most humiliating thing isn't being exposed. It's being forced to sit in the silence after your lie dies. I stood up before dessert. "The next payroll issue is yours. The next insurance draft is yours. The next tax notice is yours. Natalie's contracts are hers. I'm done." As I walked out, I turned once and asked the only question that mattered. "Have you ever noticed how the person you call difficult is always the person carrying what you refuse to lift?" Nobody answered. They were too busy staring at the first page. Monday morning, Ashford Marine Supply called my father before 9 a.m. I know because he called me at 9:07 for the first time since the gala, and there was panic under the anger. "Payroll didn't clear," he said without hello. "What did you do?" I was standing on the loading deck at work, clipboard in hand, watching containers get scanned. "Nothing," I said. "I stopped doing what you said I never did." He went silent for 2 beats, then exploded. He called me vindictive, childish, hysterical. Every word men like him use when a woman stops being useful. I let him finish and said, "Hire a controller." Then I hung up. Michael, who had come as my +1 precisely, so I would not stand there alone, spoke from behind me. "Bank-confirmed transfers with supporting account numbers, dates, and business references aren't manipulated." One of the refinancing men reached for the binder. I let him take it. Page after page passed under his thumb. My transfers, the company gaps, Natalie's card charges, David's public statements. Carol sat down hard. Natalie hissed, "Give that back." Too late. The second supplier was already reading over the man's shoulder. Then David said the thing that finally killed him in that room. "Please. I know I was wrong. Don't do this." Not privately, not afterward. Right there in front of the people whose respect he had always chosen over his own daughter. The room went dead. He had admitted enough. Natalie started crying, not gracefully, not sympathetically, but angrily, like a child whose costume had split on stage. "You are ruining everything," she snapped at me. I turned to her and said, "No. I stopped financing your lies." Then I did the one thing I had been waiting to do all week. I handed the final section to the refinancing men. "This is notice that I am no longer covering any business or personal obligations for the Ashford family, effective immediately. Anything represented to you as owner-backed liquidity was mine, not theirs." That was the terrifying part. Not the accusation, not the drama, but the abrupt realization spreading across powerful faces that the money under David's swagger had belonged to me, and it was gone. One of the men closed the binder and said very quietly, "This meeting is over." My mother covered her face. Natalie looked like she wanted to slap me but was too conscious of witnesses. David just sat there colorless, blinking at page 1 as if it might rearrange itself into mercy. The collapse wasn't instant, but it was fast enough to feel merciful after years of slow humiliation. Within 2 weeks, the refinancing deal was dead. Without my support, and with suppliers suddenly asking harder questions, Ashford Marine Supply missed 3 major obligations in a row. Payroll got delayed. 2 longtime employees quit. 1 supplier switched them to cash on delivery. The tax attorney David finally hired charged more in 1 month than he'd ever admitted needing help with. Carol's beloved house went up for a quiet private sale before she could spin it as downsizing with intention. Natalie lost her morning show contributor slot after a sponsor decided family brand instability was bad optics. Worse for her, the contract fight I had once helped bury resurfaced when someone at the station realized just how much had been hidden. Her fiancé, who had always loved being adjacent to the Ashford image more than to Natalie herself, postponed the wedding, then vanished behind a statement about needing honesty in a marriage. I didn't answer when Natalie called, sobbing about betrayal. I had run out of sympathy for women who only recognize cruelty once it reached them. My father did try one final ambush. He waited outside my office building on a humid Tuesday evening, shoulders bent, suit wrinkled, looking older than I had ever seen him. For one dangerous second, the little girl in me wanted to believe age had brought humility. Then he said, "You made your point. You can stop now." Not "I'm sorry." Not "I was wrong." Just "stop now." As if truth were a faucet I could politely turn off once he'd suffered enough embarrassment. I told him the truth had never needed my permission. It had only needed my silence, and he'd already spent that. He asked me if I really wanted to see him lose everything. I said, "You should have asked yourself that before you built everything on me," and laughed while doing it. He looked like I had struck him. Maybe I had. Not with my hand. With memory. With the one thing he never thought I'd weaponize: accuracy. 6 months later, Ashford Marine Supply no longer belonged to the Ashfords. The inventory was liquidated. The warehouse lease gone. The sign taken down before sunrise one Monday so fewer people would talk. Of course, they still talked. Savannah runs on polished gossip. People said David had overextended. They said Carol had lived above her means. They said Natalie had always confused attention with value. They also said the older daughter, the quiet one, the serious one, had been the only adult in the room all along. Funny how quickly a family's private scapegoat becomes the public truth once the numbers come out. As for me, I moved to a top-floor place with a river view and no hidden obligations. Michael and I launched a forensic audit consultancy for small logistics firms that needed exactly what I had once provided for free: discipline, documentation, and someone unafraid of ugly books. I kept one page from the binder in my desk drawer, not because I missed the pain, but because I never want to forget how close I came to spending my whole life being useful to people who found me disposable. The first page. The one that made my father turn pale. The one that proved revenge doesn't have to scream to be devastating. Sometimes it just has to arrive tabbed, time-stamped, and impossible to explain away. So tell me this. If your own family only respected you after you stopped saving them, would you ever go back? Or would you let the silence teach them what your love never could? My name is Sarah Reynolds. I was 30 years old when my father turned me into the punchline of his 58th birthday speech, and smiled like he'd said something charming. He lifted his bourbon, looked around the room full of neighbors, golf buddies, church friends, and people who had watched me grow up, and said, "I have 2 daughters. One sells million-dollar homes, and one still runs documents and coffee around town like she's 20. The room burst open. Someone snorted. Someone clapped. A woman near the cake covered her mouth like the cruelty was adorable. Then my sister's voice floated in, bright and polished. "Remember when she said she'd be a businesswoman?" More laughter. My mother leaned against the dining table, lips curled in that tiny smirk she used when she wanted to wound me without taking responsibility for it. "Some kids just never grow up," she said. Even my teenage nephew grinned, and asked if I was still living off dead people's signatures and grandma's leftovers. My uncle added, "Maybe by next year she'll get a real job." I set my glass down so carefully you'd think it was made of ice. Nobody noticed me step back. Nobody noticed my father had just mocked the one job he didn't understand. Nobody noticed that my grandmother's old lake house, the one my parents bragged about as if it were theirs, had never really been under their control. They only knew the monthly bills got paid, the taxes got filed, the insurance stayed current, and the trust never asked questions. I stood there listening to them laugh and wondered one thing. When the systems keeping their lives polished stopped moving all at once, would they still think I was the joke? Before I tell you exactly what he said next and what happened after I walked out, tell me what time it is for you right now and where you are watching from. I'm curious to see how far this story will travel. I didn't leave in tears. That's what made it worse. I left with my shoulders straight, my purse over my arm, and my keys already in my hand, while laughter still rolled behind me through the open windows. The drive back to my apartment was 23 minutes, and by minute 10, I had replayed every line enough times that the humiliation burned itself into something colder. I wasn't a failed dream. I was a mobile notary and records courier. I handled time-sensitive legal filings for law firms, hospitals, title offices, and probate attorneys all over DuPage County. I knew how signatures, escrows, deadlines, trust disbursements, and ownership records worked because I had spent years learning the boring parts of money that flashy people ignored. My family never respected that because it didn't sound glamorous at dinner. My sister, Jessica, sold marble kitchens and staged lives for rich strangers. I carried sealed envelopes, witnessed signatures, filed corrective deeds, and solved problems before they became disasters. It wasn't pretty work, but it was real, and more important than any of them knew. It was exactly the kind of work my grandmother had trusted me with before she died. 3 years earlier, when her memory started slipping, she had called me, not Jessica, not my father, to help her organize her estate files. She said I was the only one in the family who read every page before signing anything. The lake house, the investment account that funded upkeep, and the small family trust had all been moved into a structure managed by an outside fiduciary. I wasn't the owner. I wasn't some secret millionaire. But I was the designated operations contact. The person authorized to submit compliance renewals, verify occupancy certifications, update tax mailing information, approve routine maintenance disbursements, and confirm auto-pay instructions after annual review. It was unglamorous, technical, and easy to mock, which is probably why nobody asked questions as long as their light stayed on and the debit cards cleared. A week before my father's birthday, I had already emailed him twice and texted my mother once about missing paperwork tied to the trust residence, the truck loan he'd parked under an address attached to the property, and the shared household auto-pay account that required verification after a flagged audit. Nobody answered. That night after the party, I opened my laptop at my kitchen counter, pulled up the unread message chain, and stared at the deadline notice. Annual verification expired in 7 days. If it lapsed, automatic disbursements connected to the residence would freeze until the trustee received updated documents and reauthorized access. Mortgage drafts tied to their household routing profile could bounce. Insurance premiums could pause. Property tax escrow status could trigger review. It wasn't dramatic sabotage. It was process. I had warned them 3 times. I drafted one more email. You publicly mocked the work you rely on. Since I'm clearly not part of this household in any meaningful way, I'll no longer chase anyone for missing documents. You may contact the trustee directly. Then I deleted the last sentence, rewrote it more professionally, and sent only this final reminder. Annual trust compliance packet remains incomplete. If not returned by Friday at 5 p.m., all automated residential disbursements will suspend pending review. I attached the forms. I CC'd both parents. I did not copy Jessica. Then I put my phone face down and went to sleep better than I had in months. 0. The next few days told me everything I needed to know. My father viewed the email and ignored it. My mother opened it twice, forwarded it to herself, and still sent nothing back. Jessica posted a video from a luxury condo tour with the caption, "Busy building actual business." By Thursday afternoon, the trustee's office sent the final notice. I read it in my parked car between assignments while waiting outside a rehab hospital for a discharge packet signature. No updated residency affidavit received. No verification of current authorized occupants. No reauthorization of linked payment instructions. Routine disbursements will be temporarily suspended at close of business Friday. I didn't call. I didn't beg. For years, I had mistaken enabling for love. I'd cleaned up late tax notices, fixed the homeowner portal login, corrected mailing addresses after my father ignored county mail, and once stopped an insurance lapse because my mother forgot to update a replacement card after fraud. Every time I helped, they treated it like magic. Every time I explained it, they treated me like I was speaking a less impressive language. So that Friday, I did my rounds, notarized a power of attorney in Elmhurst, dropped 3 filings at the county clerk, and bought takeout on my way home. At 5:04 p.m., the system suspended exactly as the notice said it would. Monday morning, the first text hit at 7:05. My mother. My card got declined for coffee. WTF. I was brushing my teeth when it buzzed. I looked at it, rinsed, and set the phone down. At 7:15, my sister texted in all caps. Why is my mortgage showing unpaid? The house is in foreclosure. That told me she had done what Jessica always did. Moved fast, asked no questions, and tied temporary financing to an address or account structure she barely understood because she assumed someone else would keep the machine running. At 8:05, my father called 3 times and left a voicemail that sounded like pure outrage. Call me back now. The truck payment didn't draft and they're talking repossession warning fees. What did you do? Not what happened. Not can you explain. What did you do? By 9:38, my mother's voice had changed. Gone was the anger. In its place was something wet and thin and frightened. Sarah, please pick up the house. Someone at the trust office says they can't confirm occupancy, and there's a hold on the residential account. They're saying the property isn't in our names the way your father thought. Where are you? I sat in my car outside a title office and let silence answer for me. That was the moment something shifted. Not in them, in me. All those years, I had stayed quiet because I thought speaking up required permission. But systems don't care who gets invited to the table. They care who signed, who filed, who answered, who read. My family had laughed at the daughter who handled paperwork. Now paperwork was laughing back. And the ugliest part wasn't that I felt guilty. It was that I didn't. I felt steady. I felt like someone had finally turned the lights on in a house where everybody else preferred chandeliers and shadows. I asked myself a question I should have asked years earlier. If the daughter they mocked was the only person who knew where the floorboards creaked, why had I spent so long acting like a guest in my own family? I finally answered when the trustee's office itself called me. Not because I owed my family comfort, but because I still respected process. The fiduciary manager, a precise woman named Patricia Vance, confirmed what I already knew. No one had returned the residency affidavit. No one had submitted updated insurance declarations. A side issue had emerged during review. My father had used the trust residence as supporting documentation on more than one financial application, including the truck refinance and a short-term bridge arrangement tied to one of Jessica's speculative property purchases. That was when the whole ugly structure clicked together. This wasn't just sloppiness. My father had borrowed against an image. He had used the lake house, my grandmother's house, preserved through the trust, as social proof, leverage, and family branding. The same man who mocked me in public had privately depended on a legal structure. He didn't understand, because understanding it would have required respecting the kind of work I did. By noon, he was calling nonstop. By 1, Jessica sent a voice note trying a different angle. Sarah, this misunderstanding is spiraling. I have a closing this week, and underwriting is asking questions because something flagged on my debt profile. Just fix whatever clerical thing happened, and we'll sort out the family stuff later. The family stuff. As if humiliation were bad timing. As if dignity were an afterthought behind escrow. At 2, my mother showed up at my apartment unannounced. I watched from the peephole while she knocked, then checked the hallway, then knocked harder. Sarah, I know you're in there. I almost opened it. Years of conditioning rose in me automatically, but then I remembered the room at the party, the easy cruelty, the way my father had made me sound like a household embarrassment instead of a human being. I stayed still. Eventually, she left an envelope under the door. Inside was the unsigned affidavit packet I had sent 5 days earlier, now wrinkled and half completed, along with a note in her hurried handwriting. We didn't realize it was this serious. I laughed out loud in my empty apartment. That was the whole problem. They never realized anything was serious when it came from me. That evening, my father finally cornered me where he knew I'd be. Outside the county records building just after 4, when I was walking a correction deed to my car. He stepped out from beside his truck like we were in some movie about fathers reclaiming authority. "Enough of this," he said. "You've made your point." I looked at him and waited. He didn't ask if I was okay. He didn't apologize. He didn't even try to deny the birthday speech. He talked like a man addressing a disobedient employee. "You're going to call whoever handles this and undo it." "It's not undone with a phone call," I said. "It's compliance review. Don't get smart with me. You called me a joke in front of 40 people." His jaw tightened. "So now you're punishing your own family?" "No," I said. "I stopped protecting people who punish me." For 1 second, I thought something honest might appear on his face. Shame maybe. Instead, he scoffed. "You run errands and stamp forms. Don't act like you built anything." And there it was, clean final. He really believed that because he didn't understand my work, it had no value, right up until it interrupted his comfort. I tucked the deed packet into my trunk, looked him straight in the eye and said, "Then you should have no problem fixing it without me." He called after me as I drove away, but I didn't look back. That night, I received the official suspension summary. Mortgage link draft rejected, truck account delinquency notice generated, occupancy review pending, access to discretionary household maintenance disbursements paused. Not ownership transfer, not some cartoon revenge fantasy, just consequences arriving in order. It was more satisfying than anger because it was real. By Tuesday, the family group chat had turned into a live feed of panic. My mother posted screenshots from the bank app. Jessica sent voice memos from her car between showings, her polished voice cracking at the edges. My father alternated between commands and accusations. "Call me now. This is insane. You've gone too far." I muted them all and went to work. There was something almost holy about continuing my day while their emergency bloomed around them. I notarized an eldercare directive for a widow who thanked me like I'd handed her oxygen. I delivered settlement documents to a title office where 3 people greeted me by name and one of them said, "Sarah saves us every time." I filed lien releases, corrected a witness block, and watched 2 different attorneys ask for me specifically because I caught details others missed. All day, I moved through a world where competence mattered more than image, and it made my family's cruelty feel even smaller. That evening, they showed up together at my apartment. My mother first, then Jessica in heels too sharp for the cracked sidewalk, then my father last, already angry before I opened the door. I only let them in because I was tired of being hunted in parking lots and hallways. My apartment embarrassed Jessica on sight. She looked around at the used bookshelf, the folding desk, the clean but mismatched kitchen chairs, and I could see the judgment flicker before the desperation covered it. My mother clasped her purse with both hands like she was keeping herself from shaking. My father didn't sit. "Fix it," he said. "No hello, no apology." Jessica tried the softer approach. "Sarah, we all said stupid things at the party. It got out of hand, but this could damage my business." I stared at her. "That's your opening line?" She exhaled. "I'm trying to be practical." Practical would have been not humiliating the person who keeps the paperwork in order. My mother finally stepped in. "Honey, we didn't know everything was connected." "That's because none of you listen when I speak." My father pointed at me. "Don't twist this. You're being vindictive." "No," I said, and my own calm surprised me. Vindictive would be me lying, forging, interfering, or inventing problems. I did none of that. I sent required documents. You ignored them. Then the system suspended. Jessica crossed her arms. You could have called me. I almost laughed. The same Jessica who mocked me in front of your clients' wives? The same Jessica who calls my work errands? Her face hardened. You always make yourself the victim. There it was again, my role in the family neat and familiar. Swallow the insult, solve the problem, accept no credit, and apologize for the inconvenience of having feelings. I stepped closer, not loudly, not dramatically, just enough that none of them could pretend I was fading into the wallpaper again. Do you want to know what changed? I asked. Nothing in the trust, nothing in the bank, nothing in the law. The only thing that changed is that I stopped cushioning your disrespect. My father laughed then, a short, contemptuous sound. You think you're teaching us a lesson? No, I said. I think reality is. He shook his head and muttered, unbelievable. Then, as if he couldn't help himself, he said the sentence that finished whatever mercy I had left. After everything we've done for you, you live in this place and act powerful because of paperwork. I opened the front door. Get out. My mother gasped my name. Jessica stared. My father squared his shoulders like he might argue, but something in my face must have told him the old version of me was gone. On their way out, my mother turned back and whispered, if we lose that house, I cut her off. Then maybe you'll finally learn the difference between having something and being entitled to it. The door closed. For the first time in my life, silence didn't feel lonely. It felt earned. 10 minutes later, my father texted, you think you're somebody now? I read it, locked my phone, and let him sit with the question. The next week was the part nobody in my family had prepared for. The stretch where a crisis stops feeling like a dramatic misunderstanding and starts becoming administrative reality. Late fees became notices. Notices became deadlines. Underwriting flags became calls Jessica couldn't charm away. The truck lender sent a pre-repossession warning after the failed draft wasn't cured in time. The property insurer requested updated occupancy verification before reinstating automatic monthly withdrawal. The trustee's office scheduled a formal review meeting and informed them that residential use of the lake house would remain restricted until documentation and account separation were corrected. My parents had spent years living inside a story where appearance created authority. Now they were meeting institutions that wanted signatures, not swagger. I heard pieces of it from everywhere. A mutual family friend told me my father had been seen at the diner snapping at his phone. One title clerk mentioned Jessica looked distracted at a closing and nearly missed a commission instruction. My cousin texted to ask why Aunt Linda was suddenly calling relatives just to reconnect. The answer was simple, because shame makes people reach for the audience they once performed in front of. My mother eventually called me from a number I didn't recognize, and I answered by accident while loading notarized meds into my trunk. Her voice sounded older. Your father sold his boat, she said without greeting. I didn't respond. Jessica borrowed against her brokerage bonus, and it still didn't clear everything. I leaned against the car door and let the silence stretch until she understood I wasn't rescuing the conversation. Finally, she said, I'm not asking you to make it disappear. I'm asking what we actually have to do. That was the first honest sentence anyone in my family had spoken to me in weeks. So I told her. Separate household accounts from trust-related addresses. Submit current occupancy certifications. Correct financial applications that implied ownership where there was only permitted use. Provide insurance documentation. Attend the trustee review without theatrics. Stop treating inherited structure like personal reputation. She listened. She even wrote things down. Then she said quietly, your father used the house to make people think we were doing better than we were. I know, I said. I saw the flagged applications. A long pause. Then did Grandma know he'd become like this? That question cracked something in me, because my grandmother had known exactly what he was. Not evil, just vain, proud, and addicted to being seen as solid. She used to say, "Your father doesn't lie about numbers. He lies about what numbers mean." That was why she trusted me with the administrative side. I remembered her kitchen table, the smell of tea, the way she'd tap a document and say, "People who read the fine print get mocked until the fine print matters." Meanwhile, consequences kept moving. Jessica lost a high-end listing after a client heard there was family financial noise around her. My father's truck wasn't repossessed yet, but a recovery agent did show up once, which was humiliating enough in a neighborhood built on curated respectability. My mother quietly sold 2 pieces of jewelry. For the first time, the mockery had a cost they could count. And still, I didn't celebrate. That surprised me. I had imagined revenge would feel loud. It didn't. It felt like standing at the edge of a frozen lake and realizing the cracking sound was not danger coming for you. It was the ice finally revealing where it had always been weak. The trustee meeting was set for Thursday. The night before, Jessica came alone. No heels this time, no polished voice. She sat on the front step of my building because I wouldn't invite her in immediately. And when I joined her, she looked more like my sister than she had in years. "I was awful to you," she said, staring at the parking lot. "Not just at the party. For years." I said nothing. "I liked being the successful one," she admitted. "It made me feel safe. And if you were the family mess, then nobody looked too closely at the rest of us." That was the closest thing to truth I'd ever heard from her. "You laugh too," I said. She nodded. "Sometimes." I waited. "I know. Are you going to help tomorrow?" I thought about the question. Help did not have to mean a rescue. Compassion did not require amnesia. "I'll attend," I said. "I'll explain the process. I won't lie for anyone." She nodded once. "That's fair." It was more than fair. It was the first boundary I had ever drawn without apologizing for the inconvenience. The trustee meeting took place in a low beige conference room that smelled like burnt coffee and copier heat. And for once, my family entered a room they could not dominate with tone, posture, or family mythology. Patricia Vance sat at one end with a compliance attorney and a stack of folders. My father looked smaller than I had ever seen him, though pride still clung to him like a bad cologne. My mother kept both hands wrapped around a legal pad. Jessica had no makeup on. I sat slightly apart from them, not as their fixer, but as the recorded operational contact who could confirm timelines. Patricia did not raise her voice. She did not need to. She walked item by item through the suspension. Ignored notices, unreturned affidavit, unsupported address usage, misleading financial reliance on a trust-managed residence, and repeated failure to distinguish between permitted occupancy and ownership rights. Every sentence stripped away another layer of the illusion my family had wrapped around itself. When she finished, she turned to me. "Ms. Reynolds, for the record, did you issue reminder communications prior to suspension?" "Yes," I said. "Multiple written reminders with attached forms and deadlines." "Did you suspend any account personally?" "No. The system suspended automatically after non-compliance." My father shifted in his chair. He wanted to interrupt, but facts are harder to fight when you use to mock the person holding them. The attorney laid out the resolution path. They would not lose the house that day, but they would lose unrestricted use unless everything was corrected. Certain payments would need manual restructuring. My father would need to unwind representations tied to the property. Jessica's financing issue would have to be disclosed and cleaned up separately. There were fees. There were delays. There was embarrassment. There was no magical reversal. Then Patricia said something I will remember for the rest of my life. This situation escalated because the one person in the family who understood the administrative obligations was not treated as someone worth hearing. Nobody looked at me. That was fine. They had spent years looking past me. Finally, the room was forcing them to look at what that cost. After the meeting, my father asked if we could speak privately. We stood in the parking lot under a gray sky with damp wind moving through the bare trees. He didn't begin well. Men like him rarely do. He started with a sigh, then half a justification, then a sentence about pressure, then one about trying to keep the family image together. I let him run out of excuses. When he finally stopped, I said, "Do you know what hurt most? Not the joke. Not even the room laughing. It was that you really believed I was less valuable than the things I quietly kept from falling apart." He looked at the pavement. "I was proud of Jessica in the way people can see," he said. "And I treated you like what you did only mattered when something went wrong." "Yes," I said. "Exactly." His eyes were wet when he looked up, and that shook me more than anger would have. I was wrong. No grand speech, no perfect redemption. Just 4 words dragged through gravel. My mother apologized too, later that evening in my apartment, where she finally looked around without contempt and said she had confused dependence with authority for years. Jessica's apology came in pieces over time, which somehow made it more believable. She started correcting people when they dismissed my work. She stopped making jokes. She even asked me once to explain a title issue instead of pretending she already understood it. As for me, I did help, but on my terms. I attended follow-up calls, clarified records, organized the remediation checklist, and made sure the trust was protected without letting my family slide back into old habits. My father sold the truck himself before it could be taken. My mother downsized her spending and took over her own bill calendar for the first time in decades. Jessica lost the listing, but not her career. They paid in money, stress, and public pride. More than that, they paid in the one currency people like them hate most: being forced to admit that the person they mocked had been the most competent person in the room. That was the part that changed them. And here's the truth I'd leave with anyone listening. I didn't get revenge by destroying my family. I got it by stepping back and letting reality expose what my silence had protected. People love to measure worth by titles they can brag about in a crowded room. But life is held together by quieter skills. Reading carefully, showing up consistently, understanding systems, honoring responsibility, and respecting people whose work you don't find glamorous. Never mock the person who keeps the foundation level just because you prefer the view from the balcony. One day, the balcony shakes, and suddenly the person you called a joke is the only one who knows why the house is still standing. So tell me this. Have you ever watched someone get dismissed because their work didn't look impressive, only to realize too late they were the one holding everything together? From my perspective, this story is powerful because it shows how easy it is for families to underestimate the quietest person in the room. Sarah was mocked not because she lacked value, but because her strengths were invisible to people who only respected status and appearances. What makes this story memorable is that her response was not reckless anger, but quiet self-respect and truth finally catching up with everyone. It reminds us that dignity, responsibility, and useful knowledge often matter far more than public praise. Have you ever been underestimated by people who only realized your value when you stepped back? My name is Lauren Mitchell. I was 29 years old when my father slapped a stapled invoice onto the dinner table, like he was serving a court order instead of meatloaf. "You owe this family $15,000 in back rent," he said, tapping the page with 2 fingers. "And you're paying every cent or you're out." My mother didn't even look embarrassed. She lifted her wine glass and added, "We're charging interest now, 13% a month, like a real landlord." My sister laughed so hard she nearly dropped her phone. "Lauren's credit score is about to go negative," she said, already typing, thumbs flying like she couldn't wait to tell somebody. Then my father slid over a second sheet. "A payment plan, neat columns, due dates, penalties. First $1,500 is due Saturday," he said. "If you miss it, we sell your car." My uncle, who'd shown up uninvited, but somehow always materialized when humiliation was on the menu, nodded like a preacher delivering judgment. Tough love is the only thing freeloaders understand. I stared at the invoice, and that was when I noticed something strange. In tiny print at the bottom was a timestamp from a local print shop. The document had been printed 13 days earlier, before I had even moved my boxes back into that house. They hadn't reacted to me coming home. They had planned this. They had set the table, invited my uncle, rehearsed the lines, and waited for me to sit down so they could turn family dinner into an ambush. Have you ever realized the home that raised you had quietly become the first place designed to break you? Before I tell you what he said next, and what happened after I walked out, tell me what time it is for you right now and where you're watching from. I'm curious to see how far this story will travel. I didn't scream. That was the part that bothered them most. I just placed my fork down, folded the invoice once, and looked around the table long enough to memorize every face. My father looked pleased with himself, like he'd finally found a way to put a price tag on obedience. My mother wore that cold expression she always used when she wanted cruelty to sound practical. My sister had her phone angled toward me, pretending to check messages while secretly recording my reaction. And my uncle sat there nodding, smug and righteous. The same man who'd borrowed money from 3 relatives and repaid none of them. You made a spreadsheet for your own daughter? I asked. No, my father said. I made a spreadsheet for an adult who thinks she can drift in and out of this house whenever life gets hard. I looked back down at the page. Rent, utilities, inconvenience fee, late adjustment, emotional strain surcharge. He had literally invented charges just to make the number reach $15,000. Emotional strain, I repeated. My mother leaned forward. Do you know what stress you've caused this family over the years? My sister snorted. Honestly, she should be grateful Dad didn't bill her by the month. Then she posted something to her private story and tilted the screen just enough for me to catch the caption. Freeloader moved back home, LOL. That should have hurt less than it did. But there's something especially rotten about watching your own sister turn your worst moment into contempt. I stood up and took the invoice with me. Sit down. My father barked. We're not done. No, I said. You are. Upstairs, I went into the bedroom that used to be mine. Most of my old things were gone. The bookshelf I built in high school had been moved out. The framed debate trophy photo was missing. And over the family portrait hanging near the hallway, someone had drawn a red X through my face with dry erase marker. Not permanent, but deliberate. Temporary cruelty is still cruelty. I stared at that picture and got hit by a memory so hard it almost took my knees out. When I was 16, my father's contracting business had nearly collapsed after he underbid 2 jobs and got sued over defective materials from a supplier. My parents had been 3 weeks from missing the mortgage. I sold my laptop, the one I needed for school, plus the camera I'd saved for 2 summers to buy. I told my friends it had been stolen. I handed the money to my mother in a grocery store parking lot so Dad wouldn't feel emasculated. Years later, whenever they talked about sacrifice, they spoke like only parents knew how to bleed for a family. They never once mentioned the kid who gave up her future tools so the lights would stay on. And now those same people were charging me 13% monthly interest like I was some deadbeat stranger. When I came back downstairs with my duffel bag, my father blocked the front door. Where do you think you're going? He asked. Out, I said. Until you decide whether you want a daughter or a tenant. My mother folded her arms. If you leave tonight, don't expect to come back and pretend nothing happened. That almost made me laugh. Pretend? They had printed my humiliation nearly 2 weeks in advance. The pretending had all been theirs. My sister leaned against the wall and said, You're being dramatic. Everybody pays rent. Then you first, I said. Her smile disappeared. What? You heard me. Show me your invoices. She looked at our parents. And in that tiny flicker of panic, I learned everything. This wasn't about fairness. It was about me, only me. That was the moment the last bit of softness left my chest. When your parents turn you into a paying guest while protecting the child who mocks you. Do you stay quiet to keep the peace? Or do you finally learn that peace built on humiliation isn't peace at all? I walked out without another word. I slept in my car the first night in a grocery store parking lot. then got a week at an extended stay hotel using points I'd saved for a vacation I never took. By morning, I had blocked all of them except emergency calls. By afternoon, I had done something else too. I called Megan Hayes, my oldest friend. The one person who knew the version of me that existed before my family started rewriting the story of who I was. Megan met me after work at a 24-hour diner off I-77. The kind with sticky menus, burnt coffee, and the privacy of people too tired to overhear. I told her everything, from the invoice to the timestamp to my sister's little social media stunt. She didn't interrupt. She just listened, eyes narrowing the way they always did when she knew I was understating how badly I'd been hurt. "They didn't snap," she said when I finished. "They staged it." "I know. And they chose the number before you even got there." "I know." She sat back. "Then stop treating this like a family misunderstanding. It's a premeditated power play." That sentence landed hard because it was true. I had still been giving them the language of pain, when what they had actually used was strategy. Megan worked in compliance for a regional credit union. And unlike me, she never softened ugly facts. "You want my honest opinion?" she asked. "Yes." "Don't argue feelings with people who only respect leverage." She slid a napkin toward me and tapped the pen between us. "Start writing down every lie." So I did. The laptop I sold at 16. The rent-free life my sister enjoyed while calling me lazy. The money I sent 4 years earlier after a hail claim settlement at work gave me a performance bonus, and I used most of it to help cover their delinquent property taxes. The lie my parents told everyone that Dad had handled it himself. The emergency furnace replacement I put on my own card one winter because Mom called crying and swore they'd pay me back. They never did. I had not been the burden in that house. I had been the invisible reserve tank they drained whenever their pride was about to run empty. Megan watched me write for 10 minutes, then asked, "How much do they actually owe you?" I totaled what I could prove. Just over $18,000. More if I counted interest. Her eyebrow lifted. "Funny number." I laughed once bitterly. "Yeah." She leaned in. "So here's what you do. Don't rush back in to defend yourself. Let them believe you're wounded. People who enjoy control always get careless when they think they've already won." I looked at her. "That sounds like revenge." "No," she said. "It sounds like documentation." On the 6th day after I left, I gathered screenshots, bank statements, old texts, and photos of transfer confirmations. One image mattered most. A screenshot from 4 years earlier showing a transfer of $8,400 to my mother with the memo line property taxes. "Pay today." Attached to it was her reply, "We'll never forget this. Don't tell your father yet." Another was from the winter furnace disaster. "Can you just put it on your card, please? We'll pay you after the new year." The new year had come and gone 3 times. I thought I would feel empowered collecting it all, but mostly I felt sick. Evidence is a brutal thing when it proves you were loved most when you were useful. Then Sunday came, and with it the first message from home. Not from my parents, from my sister. "You seriously still sulking? Dad says first payment is past due." I stared at it, then laughed so sharply the couple at the next hotel table turned around. Payment past due. To people who owed me more than the invoice they'd invented. I didn't answer her. Instead, I sent one text to my father. "Tomorrow, 7 p.m. kitchen. Have everybody there." He replied in less than a minute. "Good. Bring your first payment." Megan read that over my shoulder and said, "Perfect. They still think they're running the meeting." The next night, I walked into that house wearing my work clothes. Navy slacks, white blouse, badge clipped to my waistband, because I wanted them to see exactly what they had called worthless. My father, Alan Mitchell, sat at the head of the table. My mother, Diane, beside him. My sister, Kelsey, across from me with that bored expression people wear when they think someone else is about to apologize. My uncle, Gary, was there again because apparently no family ambush was complete without an audience. My father extended his hand toward me. "Envelope?" he asked. I set down a folder instead. Not exactly. He frowned. What is this? Documentation, I said. For the first 10 minutes, nobody spoke except me. I laid out transfer receipts, screenshots, dates, invoices, and messages. I showed them the property tax payment, the furnace charge, 2 utility catch-up transfers, a copy of the check I gave Mom after I liquidated a small investment account to help keep their mortgage current during the pandemic slowdown. Then I set the final page in the center of the table, a neat spreadsheet, my own this time, listing every dollar I had contributed to that house over 7 years. Grand total, $18,240. Diane went pale first. Alan tried anger before he tried denial. This is manipulative, he snapped. No, I said. What was manipulative was printing a fake debt before I even moved in. That got him. His eyes dropped to the corner of his own invoice where the print shop timestamp still sat like a confession. Kelsey stopped smiling. Uncle Gary cleared his throat and suddenly found the salt shaker fascinating. You want rent? I asked. Fine. Let's talk numbers. But before you collect $1 from me, I want a signed statement acknowledging that I have repeatedly bailed this household out financially while being publicly treated like a burden. Diane finally found her voice. You can't force your parents to sign something like that. No, I said calmly, but I can force reality into the room. I slid 2 typed copies across the table. Megan had helped draft them. Nothing dramatic, just facts, dates, amounts, acknowledgement of prior financial assistance, recognition that the $15,000 rent claim had no lease basis and no prior written agreement. My father laughed, but it sounded thin. You think you're going to embarrass us with paperwork? No, I said. I think I'm done being the only one in this family expected to swallow embarrassment quietly. Kelsey muttered, This is insane. I turned to her. You posted about me, right? Her jaw tightened. So go ahead. Post this too. Silence dropped over the table like a trapdoor. Have you ever saved people who later tried to invoice your love back to you like it was a debt? Because if you have, then you already know the ugliest part isn't the money, it's the entitlement. After a long minute, my mother signed first. Shame makes some people softer. In her case, it just made her shaky. My father signed because he thought signing would end the humiliation faster. It didn't. I took the pages, placed them back in my folder, and stood. Uncle Gary asked the question none of them wanted to say aloud. So what now? I looked at all 4 of them and answered honestly. Now you live with what you tried to do. I was halfway to the door when my father said, You're really going to walk out over paperwork? I paused. No. I walked out because my family mistook access to me for ownership. I left them with that. If the story had ended there, it would have been painful enough. But it didn't because exactly 1 week after the night my father demanded $15,000 in fake rent, my phone exploded at 1:30 a.m. The first call came from Kelsey. I ignored it. Then came 3 more. Then a voicemail. Then a text. Dude, Mom found something in the mail and she's screaming. Please answer. 12 minutes later, my Uncle Gary texted too. Your parents are at my house crying. Please just call them. I sat up in bed at the hotel, pulse hammering. For one insane second, I thought someone had died. I called Kelsey back. She answered on the first ring, breathless and panicked. Where are you? She said. What happened? Mom opened certified mail by mistake. I mean, not by mistake, whatever. There's a final default notice and some tax thing, and Dad's freaking out. They're saying if they don't cure it fast, the house can go into accelerated foreclosure. I closed my eyes. What tax thing? I don't know, she snapped. Can you just come? I drove to Uncle Gary's place because that's where they all were, apparently too rattled to sit in their own living room. When I walked in, my mother's mascara was streaked. My father looked 10 years older, and Uncle Gary had lost every ounce of smug certainty he'd brought to dinner the week before. The certified mail lay open on the coffee table. I picked it up and started reading. Final notice. Mortgage delinquency. Failure to cure under revised hardship terms. County notice tied to a missed escrow adjustment. I felt my stomach go cold. Not because I pitied them, but because I instantly understood what had happened. During all their grandstanding about teaching me responsibility, they had been hiding a financial collapse that was already underway, and they had still tried to shake me down for $15,000. My father stood when I finished reading. "We need your help," he said, the words sounding like they had glass in them. I looked at him for a long second. "You mean the bum? The freeloader? The daughter you planned to charge retroactive rent to?" Diane started crying harder. "Lauren, please." Uncle Gary stepped in, suddenly diplomatic. "Your daddy made mistakes." "All of you made mistakes," I said. "Some of you delivered them as entertainment." Kelsey looked down. "Good. Let it sting." Then my mother said something that almost made me laugh from the sheer nerve of it. "We were trying to push you to be responsible because we knew things were bad." "So you were extorting me as a teaching tool?" I asked. Nobody answered. The room smelled like stale coffee and panic. My father finally lowered his voice. "Tell us what to do." And there it was. Not an apology, a transfer of labor. They wanted me to step into the fire, do the adult work, and save the same people who had just tried to bury me under invented debt. Part of me wanted to leave them there, and let consequences introduce themselves properly. But another part of me, sharper now, colder, realized something important. Helping them didn't have to mean saving them from everything. It could mean guiding the process, structuring the outcome, choosing exactly how accountability would arrive. "I'll look at the documents," I said. My mother reached for my hand. I stepped back before she touched me. "Don't confuse access with forgiveness." I spread the papers out on Gary's kitchen table and started asking questions, real ones. When was the last full mortgage payment? Had they skipped escrow? Did they borrow against anything? Had they missed county tax reconciliation notices? My father lied twice in the first 5 minutes. I knew because the numbers didn't match the statements. "Stop," I said. "If you lie to me one more time, I walk." He swallowed and finally told the truth. His business had been bleeding cash for months. My mother had quietly dipped into a savings account that was supposed to cover insurance gaps and never replenished it. And here was the detail that changed everything. They had hidden nearly $20,000 in a separate account, not to save the house, but to create a launch cushion for Kelsey to move to Atlanta. Money for the golden child. Not the mortgage, not the taxes, not the roof over everyone's head. Kelsey stared at the floor like she wished she could disappear. "You had $20,000? I asked. Diane whispered. "It wasn't that simple." "It is exactly that simple." I turned to Kelsey. "Did you know?" She didn't answer fast enough. That was answer enough. I should tell you this clearly. The moment I found out they had money set aside while trying to invoice me for fake back rent, whatever was left of my instinct to protect them cleanly disappeared. When the people who betray you start begging, do you rescue them because you still have a heart? Or do you let them taste the fear they were so comfortable feeding you? I didn't know the perfect moral answer. I only knew mine. "Here's what happens next," I said. "Tomorrow I'll contact the lender and see whether there's any path to delay acceleration. You will give me every statement, every notice, every account balance, and every lie you've told each other. If I find out you hid anything else, I'm done." They nodded too quickly. Fear makes compliance look almost like respect. Before I left, my father said, "Lauren, thank you." I looked at him and said, "Don't thank me yet." I meant that. The next week turned me into the very thing they had mocked. The only responsible adult in the room. By day, I worked my actual job as a commercial insurance adjuster, reviewing damage claims and arguing over repair estimates. By night, I became unpaid crisis manager for my family's collapsing finances. The irony would have been funny if it weren't so ugly. I called the lender, gathered statements, organized timelines, and translated their mess into language the bank would take seriously. The more I dug, the clearer it became that there was only one narrow path left: a revised reinstatement agreement with strict conditions. Miss one deadline, use the wrong payment method, hide one more financial detail, and the file would snap right back toward foreclosure. When the lender offered those terms, my parents heard hope. I heard a final warning because I knew them. They didn't change under pressure. They only acted changed long enough to escape consequences. So I made a decision. I didn't bend the truth for them. I explained what needed to be explained, but I left the severity exactly where it belonged. My father heard. We still have a chance. I heard. The next mistake ends this. On the drive home, my mother kept saying, "You saved us." I told her, "No. I bought you time." That night, my father suggested we start fresh, which in my family usually meant pretending memory was the real problem. I agreed to dinner anyway because Megan had told me, let them talk while they still think surviving makes them innocent. So I recorded the conversation. Over casserole and iced tea, they started rewriting themselves in real time. My mother said stress had made them harsh. My father said everyone had said things they didn't mean. Kelsey muttered that it had all gotten out of hand. I let them talk, then asked one simple question. Did any of you actually believe I owed $15,000 in back rent? Silence. Then finally my father admitted, "No, I kept going." Did they prepare the invoice before I moved back in? Yes. Was the goal to pressure me into covering their financial problems? Partly. Did Kelsey pay rent? No. Did they all know there was hidden money while demanding money from me? Yes. Hearing them admit it didn't heal me. It clarified me. There is a difference. The next morning, I sent the audio to Megan, and she replied with one sentence. Keep every receipt. Meanwhile, my family acted transformed. My mother suddenly called me sweetheart again. My father offered to help with my car. Kelsey posted a photo of coffee mugs and captioned it "Healing Season," which almost made me laugh. It wasn't healing. It was rebranding. A week later, the first payment under the new agreement came due. I reminded my father twice. He brushed me off both times and acted insulted that I was checking. Then he mailed a personal check instead of sending the certified funds the lender required. Worse, he sent it late because he was waiting on money to clear. When I saw the receipt, something inside me went still. I had not created the trap. I had simply stopped dragging them around it. By the time the lender flagged the defective payment, the account had already triggered review. Because the file was under strict conditions, review meant danger. Real danger. I said nothing that day. I went to work, handled my claims, and waited until the lender's email came through that afternoon. Cure defect. Agreement at risk. Possible termination pending formal notice. That night, my family talked over dinner like none of it existed. My father complained about gas prices. My mother talked about church. Kelsey asked about Atlanta apartments. They still thought my competence meant endless rescue. They still believed needing meant owning me. And that was when I knew exactly how this would end. The notice came faster than I expected. 2 weeks later, a formal letter arrived confirming that the reinstatement terms had been breached. Unless the defect was cured immediately, and in ways my parents could no longer manage, the lender would move forward. I read the notice alone in my car before going inside. Then I sat there for 5 minutes asking myself one honest question. Was I really going to let this happen? The answer was simpler than I wanted. I wasn't letting it happen. They were. I was just done standing between them and the consequences. When I walked into the house, the panic was already in the air. My father was pacing. My mother had clearly been crying. And Kelsey stood with her arms crossed like defensiveness might somehow function as strategy. The second my father saw me, he snapped. You knew this was serious. I told you the payment had to be exact. You should have reminded me again, he shouted. I laughed before I could stop myself. So the daughter you tried to extort should have mother-hennied you harder? My mother stepped in with the usual shaky voice, but I cut her off. Kelsey slammed her palm against the counter. and said that this had all gotten worse because I had made everything about fairness. Then she said that if I had just paid what Dad demanded in the first place, maybe none of this would have happened. That was the moment I knew she had learned absolutely nothing. I looked at all of them and said it clearly. Dad hid the mortgage crisis. Mom helped draft a fake rent invoice. Kelsey mocked me and posted about me. Uncle Gary called me a bum. And after I still helped you, somehow I'm being blamed for the collapse you created. No one had an answer. My father tried the old line. After all we did for you. And I shut it down by pulling out the signed acknowledgement of everything I had paid to help that household over the years. I told him that phrase had expired. The room went quiet after that. He knew then, maybe for the first time, that emotional blackmail no longer worked. While they argued and cried, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was the lender confirming that formal acceleration steps would begin within 30 days without an immediate certified cure. That was the real deadline. Only I knew how close the edge already was. A few minutes later, my mother looked at me with desperate hope and whispered, "Can you fix this?" I thought about the fake invoice, the hidden savings, the red X through my face in the family portrait, and the way they kept calling my labor love only when they needed it. Then I told her the truth. "No," I said. "Not the way you think." That night, I moved the rest of my things out for good. Before leaving, I stopped in the hallway and looked at the family portrait one last time. Someone had wiped the marker off my face. Too late. Some stains don't stay on photographs. They stay in people. 30 days later, I stood across the street and watched the sheriff's notice being fixed to the front door of the house where I had grown up. From where I stood, the paper looked almost weightless. Strange how consequences that destroy a family can arrive on a single sheet. A month earlier, I might have said I never wanted it to end like this. But by then I understood something better. This wasn't really about wanting. It was about cause and effect. My parents had spent years teaching me that actions carry consequences. They just never imagined the lesson would return to them. Once the acceleration timeline became final, the calls started again. My mother cried. My father got angry, because anger came easier to him than shame. Kelsey panicked because fear had finally burned through her arrogance. I ignored the first round, then answered the second. My mother begged for a contact, a workaround, anything. I told her no. My father accused me of letting them lose the house. I told him they had lost it. I had only stopped lying about who was driving the collapse. 2 days later, Kelsey showed up at my office and asked the receptionist to say it was a family emergency. I met her in the parking garage. She cried, said she knew she had been awful, and begged me to help. I told her she didn't want accountability. She wanted rescue without cost. Then 1 week before lockout, I made one final transfer. $15,000 exactly. Not to my parents, to Kelsey. Memo line rent. It wasn't kindness. It was precision. She had laughed when my father demanded fake back rent from me, posted about it, and treated responsibility like a joke somebody else should pay for. Now she had $15,000 in her own account and a choice. Save the house and tie herself permanently to our parents' disaster, or save herself and prove she had learned nothing. She chose herself in under 2 days. I know because she signed a lease in Atlanta 3 days later and left before the lockout. When my mother learned the money had gone to Kelsey instead of them, she started screaming exactly the way Kelsey had described in that 1:30 a.m. text weeks earlier. Only this time I didn't come. Uncle Gary called me, furious, and said I had set Kelsey up. I told him no. I had given her the same chance they expected from me, and she made her choice. After the house was officially lost, my parents started telling relatives, church friends, and neighbors that I had abandoned them during a financial emergency. I didn't rant. I didn't post a dramatic video. I uploaded one calm, time-stamped statement to a private community group along with 3 things. The fake invoice showing it was printed before I moved back in. The signed acknowledgement of everything I had paid into that household. And selected audio clips from the dinner where they admitted the invoice was false and the pressure campaign was intentional. I wrote one sentence at the top. I am sharing this because I will not carry a false story for people who built one out of me. That was enough. The truth moved on its own. My father lost subcontract referrals. My mother stepped down from her church budget ministry. Kelsey's new Atlanta employer found her mocking posts and the growing chatter around the family mess, then quietly pulled back the position she had bragged about online. Nobody had to ruin them. They had already done that themselves. They all called after that, crying, apologizing, bargaining. My mother said, "Family doesn't do this to each other." I answered, "Exactly." My father said I had humiliated them. I said, "No. I documented you." Kelsey said she was sorry. I told her sorry isn't a time machine. The last time I saw my parents was outside the small apartment complex they moved into afterward. My father looked smaller there. My mother looked tired in a way makeup couldn't hide. For a moment, I remembered who they used to be to me. Consequences don't erase history. They just stop history from being used like a weapon. My mother asked if we could start over. I told her the truth. "You wanted me to learn responsibility. This is me learning it." Then I left. Here is what this story taught me. Blood does not excuse exploitation. And a home is not sacred just because you grew up in it. For years, I thought being good meant absorbing the damage quietly, paying the bill, taking the insult, keeping the peace so everyone else could keep pretending we were normal. But protecting your peace is not cruelty. Refusing to finance your own humiliation is not selfishness. And sometimes the most honest revenge is not rage at all. Sometimes it is simply stepping aside and letting the truth collect what it's owed. So tell me, if the people who were supposed to protect you tried to turn your love into a debt, would you forgive them or let them pay the full price? From my perspective, this story is not just about revenge. It is about dignity, boundaries, and finally refusing to carry a burden that was never yours to begin with. What makes it so powerful is that the main character did not fight with cruelty, but with truth, patience, and self-respect. Sometimes the hardest lesson in family stories is realizing that love should never be used as a tool for guilt, control, or humiliation. In the end, this story shows that protecting your peace is not selfish. It is necessary. What would you have done in her position? Forgiven them, helped them again, or walked away for good? My 28th birthday should have lasted 10 quiet minutes. A cake, one forced smile, maybe a cheap candle from the grocery store, and the usual fake family photo for social media. Instead, my mother slid a white envelope across the dining table and said, "Go on, sweetheart. Your annual salary." The room was already waiting to laugh before I even touched it. I opened the flap and a single $1 bill slipped into my palm with a note folded around it like a blade. For the worthless loser who will never amount to anything. My throat locked, but I did not give them the satisfaction of blinking too fast. The woman who gave birth to me leaned back like she'd performed at Carnegie Hall. My older sister nearly choked, laughing. My father drummed his fingers on the table and called it my first real paycheck. An uncle at the far end muttered that even panhandlers pulled in more. The frosting on the cake had started melting under the warm kitchen light, and all I could smell was burnt sugar, cheap wine, and the old sour scent of people who loved humiliation more than honesty. I smiled anyway, not because it didn't hurt, but because something in me had finally gone still. Later that night, on my way to the mudroom, I heard them whispering in the kitchen. "Make her sleep outside," one voice said. "Maybe one night in the cold will teach the lazy bum some gratitude." Hours later, they were the ones outside my door, sobbing, pounding, screaming my name, begging me to let them in before the cold finished what their pride had started. Before I tell you what they did next and why I stood there with my hand on the lock and still didn't open it, tell me what time it is for you right now and where you are watching from. I want to know how far this story reaches tonight. My name is Emily Dawson, and by 28 I had already learned the first rule of surviving my family. Never confuse being needed with being loved. I was the one they called lazy because my schedule looked strange to them. I worked nights and weekends as a refrigeration systems technician for a commercial service company in Columbus, Ohio. I repaired walk-in freezers at restaurants, supermarket cooling units, warehouse chillers, anything that broke when everyone else was asleep or celebrating. My hands always smelled faintly like metal, insulation foam, and machine oil. My boots were scuffed. My nails never stayed pretty for long. And because I didn't sit behind a desk in a blazer, my family acted like I was one bad decision away from living under a bridge. They had no idea I was one of the highest-rated emergency techs on my team, or that I had spent the last 18 months quietly saving for a duplex on the west side. I never told them. In that house, information was ammunition. The birthday dinner happened at my parents' place, a narrow 2-story rental they treated like a kingdom they owned and a trap they secretly feared. My father, Brian, hadn't kept a steady job in years. He called himself consulting, which mostly meant chasing side deals, borrowed money, and loud opinions. My mother, Linda, curated the family image online like she was paid for it. My sister, Rachel, floated between part-time work, online arguments, and blaming me for existing in ways she couldn't control. If there was a family sport in that house, it was deciding who carried the shame this week. I was usually the easiest target because I didn't beg for their approval anymore. That made them nervous. Narcissists can survive your tears. They start panicking when you stop offering them any. When I opened that envelope and saw the dollar bill, it hurt less than the fact that they had planned it. The note wasn't a spontaneous insult. It had folds, creases. Somebody had written it earlier, tucked it in carefully, carried it around, waiting for the right spotlight. They wanted a scene. They wanted me to snap. They wanted to upload the fallout later with captions about family concern and my unstable behavior. Instead, I folded the note back along its original lines and slipped it into my jacket pocket like evidence. Then I overheard the rest. "Lock the mudroom after she goes out," my father said. "Let her figure it out." My sister laughed and asked whether they should leave me the dog blanket as a joke. Someone else said, "She thinks she's too good for this family. One cold night will fix that." I stood there in the dark hallway staring at the framed family photos they never bothered to replace, even after the glass cracked. I should tell you this. I did not cry. That part of me had worn out years ago. I took my keys, my work duffel, and the envelope, walked out before they could stage their little punishment, and drove straight to the one person who had never once asked me to shrink so other people could feel tall. Daniel Hart opened his apartment door at 10:43 p.m., wearing thermal socks, an old Ohio State hoodie, and the expression of a man who already knew this was not a casual visit. He looked at my face, stepped aside, and said, "Take the couch. I'll make coffee." He didn't ask whether I wanted to talk. He knew better. Daniel had been my friend since trade school, back when a bunch of instructors assumed the women in our program would wash out by midterm. He was the first person who saw me change a compressor under pressure and grin like he'd just witnessed a magic trick. We'd been close ever since, not because he rescued me, but because he never tried to own my damage. That night, I sat on his lumpy gray sofa with a blanket over my shoulders and listened to the radiator hiss in the corner. The apartment smelled like stale coffee and laundry soap. Daniel set the mug in front of me, and I handed him the dollar bill and the note. He read it once, jaw tightening. "You keeping this?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Good," he replied. "Because one day they're going to act like none of this happened." He was right. The next morning, I didn't go back. I went to work. There is something beautifully honest about emergency service calls. A freezer fails. A restaurant loses thousands in inventory. A manager is panicking. And none of them care whether your mother thinks you're a disgrace. They care whether you can diagnose a leak, reset a controller, and get the system running before. I wish I could tell you I was instantly free after I left. But freedom doesn't arrive all at once. It comes in ugly little stages. First, there's relief, then exhaustion, then guilt you didn't earn, then anger that shows up in random places, like hearing laughter in a grocery store and wondering for one irrational second whether it's about you. For weeks, I slept at Daniel's place between shifts and apartment viewings, trying to decide whether leaving counted as courage or just delayed collapse. Some nights I'd wake up at 2 a.m. convinced I heard my mother's voice from the kitchen, only to realize it was the old apartment pipes rattling. The body takes longer than the mind to accept that danger has changed addresses. I told almost nobody at work. My supervisor knew I needed a temporary schedule adjustment, and that was enough. The less my family knew about my actual income, my projects, or where I was heading, the better. They had always mocked my trade, but trades pay in ways pride can't measure. Overtime, certifications, specialized calls, hazard bonuses, referral contracts. While they were busy performing superiority, I was quietly building a life with invoices, safety training, and 3 a.m. repair logs. 6 months before my birthday, I had closed on a duplex using savings, a first-time buyer program, and a brutal amount of discipline. I lived in one unit and rented the other to an older retired teacher named Mrs. Rivera, who watered her porch plants like they were children and baked me lemon bars when I came home from long shifts. My family had no idea I owned the place. They still thought I bounced between weird jobs and poor choices. I let them think that. A week after the birthday stunt, Rachel found one of my public photos online. Just a shot of my work truck at sunrise with the caption, "Early service call, but worth it," and commented, "Look who's pretending to have a career now. Hope the costume comes with rent money." She deleted it an hour later, but not before I screenshotted it. Then my mother posted a quote graphic about ungrateful daughters and sacrifice. My father called once from a blocked number and left a voicemail saying I was embarrassing the family by disappearing over a joke. I saved that too, because by then I had stopped treating their cruelty like weather. Weather passes. This was a pattern, a system, and systems leave records. The real turn came when I learned how bad their situation actually was. My aunt, the only relative who still ever spoke to me like I was a person, called by accident, thinking she had reached my mother. In 3 minutes of confused conversation, I learned more than they had admitted in 3 years. Rent was behind. Utility shut-off notices had already come twice. My father had signed onto a private loan with one of his friends, a man named Victor Crane, who was exactly the kind of smiling disaster everybody trusted until he needed collecting. My mother had sold my grandmother's wedding ring months earlier and lied about it. Rachel had maxed 2 credit cards under the excuse of building a brand. They weren't just irresponsible, they were collapsing. And still, none of them called to apologize for the dollar bill. None of them called to ask where I was or whether I was safe. Their first real outreach came only after they started needing something. That's when I understood the most important thing in the whole mess. They did not despise me because I was worthless. They despised me because I was becoming the kind of stable they could no longer fake. 3 weeks after my birthday, my mother finally called from her real number. Her voice was sweet in the way cheap syrup is sweet, thick, performative. "Emily, honey, we've all calmed down. I think we should have dinner. Start over." Start over. As if cruelty had a reset button. As if humiliation became harmless when enough time passed. I said no. She cried immediately, which almost impressed me. "I don't know why you're punishing us. It was a joke. We were trying to lighten the mood." "The note had folds," I said. Silence. I could picture her blinking. Then she switched tactics. "Your father's under a lot of stress. Rachel too. We're family. Family shouldn't keep score." That line sat in my ear like poison. People who benefit from your silence always call accountability scorekeeping. I told her I was at work and hung up. That should have been the end of it. But a week later, Daniel sent me a photo taken outside a grocery store on the east side. My father was standing in the parking lot arguing with Victor Crane beside a dented pickup truck. The caption from Daniel read, "You need to know this before it gets uglier." An hour later, my aunt texted again. "They're saying you owe them money now. Be careful." That was the moment something cold and precise settled in me. Not rage, strategy. I didn't want revenge that looked dramatic for 5 minutes and disappeared. I wanted consequences that taught. I wanted a mirror they could not smash by calling me emotional. So I did what I always did when a system broke. I documented. I gathered screenshots, voicemails, dates, comments, old texts asking for small temporary help that somehow never returned, and the newest message from my mother implying that after everything they invested in me, I owed them support. I printed the dollar note. I put it in a folder. Then I scheduled a consultation with an attorney recommended through my company's employee assistance program. Not because I planned to sue them right away, but because I refused to be blindsided if they escalated. The attorney listened without interrupting, tapped the envelope with one manicured finger, and said, "This isn't just about money. This is coercive family behavior. Keep records. Do not co-sign anything. Do not let them establish residence with you, even temporarily. And if they appear at your property, make one thing clear. Compassion is not the same as surrender." That line stayed with me. Not long after, the weather turned brutal. Ohio in late January can flatten a person's confidence in a single evening. The forecasts warned of freezing rain followed by a hard temperature drop. By then, I knew my parents were in deeper trouble than they admitted. Victor was pressing them. The landlord wanted payment. The utilities were unstable. And because bad decisions travel in groups, my father apparently believed the answer was to host one more business gathering at the house with men who smelled opportunity in other people's panic. Then came the message that rewired everything, from Rachel. "Can we use your place for one night? Don't be dramatic. We just need a little space because the heat is acting up here." I stared at the words. No apology, no acknowledgement, not even a decent lie, just entitlement in a nicer coat. I typed back, "No." She replied in under 20 seconds. "Wow, so you'd really let your own family freeze?" I looked at the screen and remembered the kitchen whisper. "Let her sleep outside tonight." I did not answer. The storm hit harder than predicted. By late evening, the freezing rain had sealed streets, coated power lines, and turned every step into a gamble. I had just finished an emergency call at a convenience store walk-in cooler and driven home carefully, tires fighting for grip at every turn. Mrs. Rivera had already texted me that she was staying with her daughter overnight, which meant the duplex was quiet except for the low mechanical hum of the newly serviced furnace and the occasional tap of ice against the window glass. I changed into dry clothes, checked the property thermostat twice out of habit, and was heating canned soup when my phone lit up with 12 missed calls from numbers I knew. Then the pounding started. Not polite knocking, not even frantic tapping. Full body pounding, fists in panic and desperation thrown against my front door hard enough to shake the frame. I froze with the spoon still in my hand. Another bang, then my mother's voice, shredded by cold and terror. "Emily, Emily, please." I moved to the window beside the entry hall and looked through the sliver where the curtain didn't quite close. There they were. My mother in a soaked wool coat, hair plastered to her face. My father bareheaded, yelling into the wind between coughs. Rachel wrapped in a blanket that was already wet through. And behind them, in the dark shape of the driveway, my uncle slumped inside a car that wouldn't start. For one strange second, nothing in my body moved. I wasn't proud of that. It's just the truth, because I had imagined them needing me before. I had imagined apologies, pleas, tears, all of it. But I had never imagined how small they would look with ice collecting on their sleeves and fear finally louder than ego. "Open the door," my father shouted. "Please, we're freezing." Rachel was crying now, real crying, not the angry kind. "Emily, please. We didn't mean it, okay? We didn't mean any of it." I unlocked only the inner storm door, but kept the deadbolt latched on the main door. Enough to speak. Not enough for anyone to push through. "What happened?" I asked. My mother let out a sound somewhere between a sob and a gasp. "The furnace died. Then the space heaters blew a circuit. Then the landlord came. Victor showed up too. There was shouting. Somebody called the police. We had to leave." She pressed both hands to the glass. "Please, baby, please. Just tonight." I looked at my father. His eyes slid away first. "Why are you here?" I asked him. He swallowed hard. "Because we need help." "No," I said. "Why are you here?" The wind snapped around the porch. "Finally," he muttered. "Because you're the only one who has somewhere warm." There it was. Not love, not remorse, recognition of utility. I reached into the pocket of my cardigan and pulled out the folded birthday note. I kept it there sometimes without thinking. Muscle memory. Evidence memory. I held it up where they could see it through the glass. "Do you remember this?" My mother shut her eyes. "Emily, not now," she whispered. "No," I said quietly. "Exactly now." Rachel started shaking her head. "We said we were sorry." "You laughed," I said. "You all laughed. Then you planned to lock me out in the cold." My father bristled for half a second. Reflex more than confidence. And then the cold seemed to beat the pride out of him. We were wrong. That word landed heavier than the pounding had. Wrong. Not joking, not stressed, not misunderstood. Wrong. I should tell you what I felt in that moment so nobody confuses this with fantasy. I did not feel triumph the way revenge stories usually sell it. I felt anger, yes, validation, yes, but under that was grief so old it almost felt permanent. Because hearing the truth from people who refuse to speak it sooner doesn't heal you. It just proves how long they could have chosen differently. Behind them, the uncle in the car began honking weakly. My mother started sobbing harder. "Please, Emily, we're begging you." I thought of what the attorney had said. Compassion is not the same as surrender. So I made a choice. I opened the door just far enough to set something on the porch. A plain white envelope. My father stared at it like it might contain a key. "Pick it up," I said. Rachel reached first, fingers trembling. Inside was a single dollar bill and a handwritten note for the family that said, "One cold night teaches gratitude." My mother made a sound I will never forget. Then I spoke before they could. "You are not coming in tonight." My father exploded first. "Are you out of your mind?" I looked straight at him. "No. I'm finally thinking clearly." My mother pressed a hand to her mouth, crying harder. Rachel stared at the note as if words could physically strike skin. I let them feel it. Not because I wanted them dead on my porch, but because for once I needed them to understand that humiliation always looks uglier from the outside. Before anyone panics at what I did next, listen carefully. I did not leave them there helpless. Cruelty had raised me, but I refused to become fluent in it. I had already called the emergency warming center 2 blocks over when the pounding started, because I recognized panic before I opened the curtain. I knew the church gym on Broad Street was running overnight intake during the storm. I also knew my work truck had a full cold weather kit. Thermal blankets, hand warmers, water, protein bars, and 2 spare ponchos. My father looked offended. Offended? In sub-freezing weather, after arriving at my home like a consequence wrapped in ice, the man still found a way to look insulted. "You'd send your own family to a shelter?" he demanded. I almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because some truths are so naked they lose all disguise. "You tried to make me sleep outside for entertainment," I said. "I am sending you somewhere safe." Rachel's face crumpled. "Emily, please just let Mom in. She's shaking." "Then take her to the shelter now." My mother whispered my name the way people whisper prayers they should have said much sooner. "Baby, I know we hurt you. I know we did, but can't you just not do this like this?" That question cut deeper than any insult they had ever thrown. Because hidden inside it was the assumption that their cruelty had a right format, and my boundary did not. "Hurt us more gently," she meant. "Protect our dignity while we stand on the ruins of yours." I shook my head. "No, not like this anymore." Then, because I wanted there to be no confusion, I said the thing I had needed to say for years. "You don't get emergency access to me just because your choices became inconvenient. Being my parents does not make my home your backup plan." No one spoke for several seconds. Even the wind seemed to pause. Finally, my uncle stumbled from the car, swearing under his breath, and grabbed the tote. My father muttered something vicious at him. Rachel flinched. My mother looked 10 years older than she had an hour earlier. This was the first honest portrait of my family I had seen in my entire life. Not powerful, not righteous, not united. Just a cluster of frightened adults discovering that manipulation stops working when the target learns the mechanism. Take the blankets, I said. Take the address. Go now. My mother bent, picked up the envelope again, and clutched it to her chest like evidence from a trial she had just lost. Then she asked, almost too softly to hear, "Is this what you wanted, to watch us suffer?" That mattered, because it was the question everybody asks when consequences finally arrive. As if suffering only became real once it touched them. "No," I said. "What I wanted was for you to stop before it came to this." They left. Not gracefully. Not gratefully. My father still cursed. Rachel still cried. My uncle nearly slipped on the walkway. My mother turned back once from the sidewalk, standing under the yellow porch light with sleet dotting her coat, and looked at me with the kind of expression that lives somewhere between shame and revelation. Then they got into 2 failing cars and crawled away toward the church shelter. I locked the door and leaned my forehead against it so hard the wood hurt. Then I sat on the floor and shook. Because boundaries are expensive when you were trained to confuse them with betrayal. Daniel arrived 20 minutes later after I texted only 4 words. "They came here tonight." He walked in without fanfare, brought me tea, listened, and said nothing for a long time. Finally he asked, "Do you think you did the right thing?" I looked at the deadbolt, at the curtain still moving slightly from the draft, at the hallway table where the old birthday note had lived in my pocket like a splinter for weeks. "I think," I said slowly, "I did the thing that didn't destroy me." He nodded like that was answer enough. The next morning, the story reached me in pieces. The landlord had formally removed my parents from the rental after months of arrears, property damage, and one final night of threats and chaos involving Victor Crane, an illegal space heater setup, and neighbors who were done pretending not to hear fights through the wall. The police had not arrested anyone, but they had made it clear that the house was no longer an option. Victor, unsurprisingly, vanished the second legal attention entered the scene. My father had tied the family to men like that because he preferred shortcuts to structure. My mother had enabled it because appearance felt easier than truth. Rachel had copied both of them and called it independence. They spent 2 nights in the warming shelter. Then my aunt took my mother in temporarily, but not my father. A cousin agreed to let Rachel stay on his couch if she found work within a week. My uncle disappeared into whatever corner of bad luck had produced him. The family that once laughed around a birthday table like they were untouchable had split under the pressure of real life. And for the first time, there was no single scapegoat left to absorb the damage. 3 days later, my mother texted me a photo of the envelope I had left on the porch. The dollar bill was still inside. So was my note. Beneath the image she wrote, "I have read this 20 times. I think I finally understand what you felt." I stared at the message for a long time before answering. "You understand one night of it," I typed. "I lived years of it." She didn't reply until evening. "You're right." It was the first clean sentence she had ever sent me. Over the next month, something happened that no lecture, fight, or dramatic showdown had ever managed before. Reality took over. My father could not bluff a landlord, a lender, weather, or shelter intake rules. Rachel could not hashtag her way out of overdue balances and burned bridges. My mother, stripped of her audience, had to face the fact that her whole version of motherhood had been built on performance and hierarchy instead of care. Shame finally did what love had failed to do. It made them honest. Not instantly, not perfectly. Honesty still came in ugly, partial bursts. My father left me 2 voicemails alternating between anger and self-pity before a silence replaced both. Rachel sent a message that began, "I know you think you're better than us," and ended, "But I got a job interview at a dental office and I'm trying not to mess it up." It was the closest thing to humility she had ever produced. My mother asked if she could meet in public, not to ask for anything, just to talk. I made her wait a week. Then I chose a diner halfway across town at noon. Broad daylight, neutral ground. She showed up early. No makeup, no dramatic sighs, no speech prepared for social media. Just Linda Dawson in a navy coat that had gone shiny at the elbows, sitting with both hands around a coffee cup she hadn't touched. I used to think being the parent meant I got to define what happened, she said after I sat down. If I called it teasing, it was teasing. If I called it discipline, it was discipline. If I called you ungrateful, then your hurt didn't matter. She swallowed. I was wrong. There it was again. Wrong. I didn't rush to comfort her. She kept going. When you didn't open the door, I hated you for about 10 minutes, maybe 15. Then we got to that shelter and I saw mothers with kids, old men with nowhere to go, women trying not to cry in folding chairs. And all I could think was, I did this to my own daughter for sport. I wanted you to feel powerless so I could feel in control. I let that settle between us. Then I asked, so what now? She blinked like the question surprised her. Maybe she expected forgiveness to function as a reset. Maybe she had not realized that remorse without change is just another performance. Now, she said slowly, I get therapy. I get a job. I stop asking you to fix what I helped break. And if you never trust me again, I live with that. That answer did something dangerous inside me. It made reconciliation sound possible. Not guaranteed, not cheap, just possible, which is harder in some ways than cutting people off forever. Anger is simpler than rebuilding. I told her the truth. I'm not ready to let you back into my life the way you want. She nodded immediately. I know. You will not get a key to my house. You will not borrow money from me. She looked down. I know. You will not tell people we're close again just because we had one conversation. A sad little smile touched her mouth. I know. For the first time in my life, I believed she might actually hear me. As for my father, change came slower and uglier. He took contract work through a friend of my aunt's and spent several weeks blaming bad luck before finally admitting that every disaster in his life had his fingerprints on it. We are not close. We may never be. Rachel rented a room with 2 coworkers after landing that dental office job. A month later, she sent me a photo of her first real paycheck and wrote, I thought about the dollar. I get it now. I didn't answer right away, but I did answer. Growth deserves witness, even when trust has not returned. Spring came. The ice melted. My porch lost the dents from their fists after I sanded and repainted the frame myself on a Sunday afternoon. Mrs. Rivera brought out lemonade and told me the new color made the whole place look stronger. I laughed at that, because maybe she was right. Maybe houses absorb what we survive. A few weeks later, I found the original birthday note in a jacket pocket while switching clothes for warm weather. The paper was softened at the folds, the ink slightly blurred from the night my hand had sweated around it. For a long time, I just looked at it. Then I took it outside to the metal fire bowl in the backyard, set a match to one corner, and watched the words curl inward until they were nothing but black flakes lifting into the evening air. That was the part no one sees in revenge stories. The real victory isn't when they beg. It isn't when they finally say you were right. It isn't even when consequences land exactly where they should. The real victory is quieter. It's the day you realize their version of you no longer has legal access to your mind. It's the day their cruelty stops narrating your life. So yes, on my birthday, my parents gave me $1 and a note calling me worthless. And yes, hours later, they were outside my door, begging in the cold, pounding and screaming and learning that the daughter they dismissed had become the only stable person left in their orbit. But the most important part isn't that I made them hurt. It's that I refused to let their hurt turn me into them. I did not open my door to surrender. I did not leave them outside to die. I sent them somewhere safe and let reality do the teaching they had postponed for years. Money can't buy love. Family titles can't excuse cruelty. And sometimes the most educational, most painful, most necessary lesson is this. If you spend years treating someone like they are disposable, one day you may find yourself standing in the cold. begging the very person you taught to live without you. Tell me honestly, if you had been standing where I stood that night with your hand on the lock and their voices breaking outside, would you have opened the door, or would you have let them finally learn how to save themselves? In my opinion, the most powerful part of this story is not when Emily's family suffers, but when she refuses to become cruel like them. She protects herself, sets a boundary, and still chooses a safer path instead of pure revenge. That makes the ending feel more meaningful and emotionally real. It shows that growth is not about humiliating people back, but about refusing to let pain define your character. If you were in Emily's position, would you have opened the door that night, or would you have made the same choice she did? My name is Elena Vasquez. I'm 30 years old, and the night my father made me a joke on Facebook, I was standing in my bedroom with one hand on a half-zip suitcase, and the other around my phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. His post went up at 8:14 p.m. The 30-year-old leech is finally gone. No more cooking her meals. By 8:20 it had exploded. More than 1,000 likes, laughing reactions from neighbors. Someone I'd known since middle school commented about how I cried at 25 when McDonald's didn't hire me. A side-by-side photo of my room before and after they ripped everything out. A caption about turning my pigsty into a cave for a real adult. My brother tagged his friends and wrote, "Warning, this is your future if you date dead weight." 32 comments, every one of them trying to make me small enough to fit inside the version of me they'd been selling for years. I read each one slowly, then I did something that confused all of them later. I didn't argue. I didn't cry in the comments. I didn't beg them to take it down. I screenshotted every post, every caption, every tag, every laughing emoji. Then I liked each one. After that, I sealed my last box, carried it past the kitchen, where nobody bothered to look ashamed, and walked out with a smile they mistook for weakness. What none of them understood was that I had spent years learning how people expose themselves when they think you have no power. And once people show you exactly who they are in public, you never have to guess again. Before I tell you what he said next and what happened after I drove away, tell me what time it is where you are right now and where are you watching from? I really want to see how far this story reaches. The funniest part was that my family truly believed their own story about me. They had repeated it for so long it had hardened into family folklore. Elena sleeps late, stares at screens all night, doesn't have a real job, wastes her life in sweatshirts, barely leaves the house, contributes nothing, eats everybody else's food, acts too sensitive, and somehow still thinks she deserves respect. What they never cared enough to ask was what I was actually doing in that room with blackout curtains and 3 monitors glowing until dawn. I worked nights for a healthcare cybersecurity firm in Columbus handling breach response for hospital systems across 3 states. When ransomware locked up an emergency department at 2 a.m., my team was the one on the bridge call. When patient records were exposed, I was the one tracing intrusion points, documenting timelines, talking nervous administrators through containment steps, and writing reports precise enough to survive lawsuits. It paid well, better than anyone in my family imagined. But I kept my career quiet because silence was easier than explaining tech to people who had already decided I was a punchline. My father ran a struggling motorcycle repair shop behind our house. My mother floated between part-time jobs and long stretches of resentment. And my younger brother Kevin treated adulthood like a prank somebody else would clean up. Years earlier, after my grandmother Ruth got sick, I was the one who took her to oncology appointments, managed her medications, and sat beside her during the nights when she was too proud to admit she was afraid. Nobody else had the patience. Dad said hospitals made him uncomfortable. Mom said she couldn't stand the smell. Kevin said he had a life. Grandma noticed everything. She noticed who showed up, who disappeared, and who only called when they needed money. After she died, people assumed the legal paperwork would sort itself out the way it always had in our family, through yelling entitlement, and the loudest person grabbing whatever they could. They were wrong. There were documents in a fireproof box with my name on them, and signatures nobody bothered to ask about because they never imagined paperwork could matter more than volume. I stayed in that house longer than I should have for one reason. I had promised Grandma I would keep things stable until I could leave cleanly. So I covered gaps, mortgage shortfalls, insurance renewals, utility balances, quiet emergencies. I did it without applause, without gratitude, and eventually without love. By the time Dad made that post, I had already signed a lease for a converted brick loft 40 minutes away, set up movers, transferred my mail, and decided that whatever happened next, I would not defend myself to people who needed me broken in order to feel bigger. They thought they were celebrating the eviction of a burden. In reality, they were cheering the exit of the person holding the floor up underneath them. And none of them had enough sense to ask, what happens to a house when the beam you keep kicking finally moves? I got to my new place just after midnight. It was on the 3rd floor of an old hardware warehouse converted into apartments. Exposed brick, steel-framed windows, floors that creaked in honest ways, not accusing ones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. I set my keys on the counter, turned on the kitchen light, and stood there in the silence long enough to realize I had never actually lived in a place where quiet felt safe. No one yelling from another room. No sarcastic comments tossed like darts if I left a cup in the sink. No television blasting conspiracy videos at full volume. No footsteps outside my bedroom door followed by, "You still in there?" I should have cried from relief. Instead, I opened Facebook again. Dad's post had climbed higher. Neighbors were tagging cousins. Former classmates were dropping in with fake concern dressed as humor. One woman from church wrote, "Tough love works. Birds have to leave the nest eventually." Another added, "At least she's gone before 40. Kevin had created a second post from his own account, using an old photo of me in oversized pajamas carrying groceries from the car. National Geographic. Rare footage of the basement daughter in the wild. Hundreds of reactions. I screenshotted that one too. Then I opened the locked folder on my laptop and saved everything in 3 separate places. People love calling cruelty a joke when consequences finally arrive. Evidence makes jokes less flexible. The next morning, while sunlight cut across bare walls I still hadn't decorated, I made coffee and opened the spreadsheet I'd maintained for almost 4 years. Every household account tied to my name or login credentials was listed there. The mortgage portal for the Vasquez house, the commercial liability policy for my father's shop, the water account, gas, internet, county property tax reminders, the payment plan I had negotiated when my father fell behind on business taxes, and the cheap fleet insurance add-on Kevin had begged me to set up when he started doing pickup jobs for the shop, and then forgot existed because forgetting things was one of his core talents. I stared at the numbers and felt something colder than anger settle into place. Not rage, not revenge in the dramatic movie sense, just math. I was not about to sabotage anything illegally, and I didn't need to. All I had to do was stop rescuing adults who had built their identities around humiliating the person saving them. So I changed passwords that were mine. I removed my bank account from every auto draft. I emailed the insurance broker to state that I would no longer be acting as the communication contact for any Vasquez family personal or business policies. I notified the mortgage servicer that future notices should go to the occupying parties listed on file. Then I scheduled a meeting with the attorney who had handled my grandmother's estate. Not because I was uncertain, but because I was finally ready to do what should have been done months earlier. By lunch, Mom had posted a new photo. My empty room repainted dark gray, a leather recliner shoved into the corner, a mini fridge beside it. "Look how much better this space is without chaos," she wrote. "Peace at last." Under it, Dad commented, "Best renovation we ever did." I nearly laughed. Renovation? That word stayed with me all afternoon. Maybe because that was all I had been doing for years. Renovating myself in secret. Tearing out rotten beliefs, rewiring the panic, replacing every cracked thing they called my personality with something load-bearing. Around 4 p.m., my email pinged with the first automated warning. Commercial liability policy pending lapse. Payment not received. At 4:11, another. Mortgage draft unsuccessful. Please update payment method. I sat back and watched the screen. For years, those alerts had made my stomach drop because I knew I would have to fix them before Dad noticed, before Mom spiraled, before Kevin swore he would handle it later and then disappeared. That afternoon, for the first time, I felt no urgency at all. Only a question that had been waiting a long time to be asked. If your family only values you when you are useful, what exactly are they mourning when you finally leave? The person or the labor? 2 days later, I sat across from Patricia Hayes, the estate attorney my grandmother trusted more than most blood relatives. Her office smelled like paper, coffee, and old walnut furniture, the kind of room where feelings lose arguments to signatures. She slid a thick folder across the desk and tapped the tab with my name on it. "You've delayed this longer than necessary," she said, not unkindly. "I know why, but delay doesn't change the terms." She was right. Grandma Ruth had owned the house outright long before my father ever pretended it was his kingdom. When Dad's shop nearly collapsed 8 years earlier after a bad expansion loan, Grandma refinanced one of her other properties to save the business, then placed both the family house and the repair garage land into a living trust. She had watched her son blow through second chances his entire adult life, and decided sentiment was a dangerous thing to build legal plans around. In the trust documents, she named me successor trustee and primary decision-maker the day after her death. Dad and Mom were granted occupancy of the house and a reduced-use arrangement for the shop property, but only under conditions: maintain the property, remain current on utilities and taxes, avoid conduct that would jeopardize the trust's assets or harass the acting trustee, and acknowledge in writing that their right to stay there was a revocable license, not ownership. They signed it, every page, probably without reading because reading was for other people and consequences were always tomorrow's problem. After Grandma died, I kept things running because I couldn't stomach the idea of her home turning into another Vasquez disaster. Patricia helped me structure everything cleanly. The mortgage-related escrow issue, the taxes, the insurance, the shop compliance forms. I handled the practical side. My family took my silence for submission because they had never met a woman in their own house who understood leverage. Patricia turned her monitor toward me and showed me the trust clause I had avoided invoking. Public harassment, defamation, or targeted humiliation of the trustee by an occupying beneficiary constitutes hostile interference and may trigger immediate review, termination of occupancy, and acceleration of property transition remedies. My father's post had not just been cruel, it had been reckless, publicly naming me, portraying me as unstable and dependent, inviting ridicule, and creating a documented pattern of harassment tied directly to the acting trustee of the property. Patricia didn't even have to stretch. "The screenshots are enough," she said. "Combined with non-payment notices and prior history, we can issue formal termination and begin transition of both occupancy and business use rights. I need your authorization." I remember looking at my own reflection in the dark computer screen for a second before answering. There I was, 30 years old, hair pulled back, no makeup, still in the plain black sweater I wore on overnight calls, looking less like a victim than anyone who knew me would have believed. "Do it," I said. Patricia nodded once, as if I had finally spoken a language she trusted. She drafted the notices that afternoon. 30 days to vacate the house, immediate suspension of the shop's below-market property use arrangement pending proof of insurance, financial compliance, and independent lease qualification. Translation: my father could no longer coast on Grandma's mercy while insulting the person administering it. We also prepared a separate demand regarding online harassment, removal of defamatory posts, preservation of evidence, and no direct contact outside counsel for matters concerning the trust. Patricia asked whether I wanted to leave room for family mediation. I told her no, not yet. Maybe not ever. She didn't argue. By evening, certified notices were queued, the process server was scheduled, and my phone had started buzzing with the sort of energy families mistake for love when they sense resources slipping out of reach. It began with Aunt Barbara, who had been suspiciously absent while Dad's post was collecting laughs. She left a voicemail with that syrupy tone certain relatives use when they want your compliance gift wrapped as concern. Honey, call me back. Your dad is upset and your mother is confused. I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I replayed that phrase twice and almost admired it. There is real talent in watching a public humiliation unfold, saying nothing, and later describing the consequences as confusion. I didn't return the call. An hour later, Kevin texted, "What did you do? Dad says some lawyer letter came. If this is a joke, knock it off." 5 minutes after that, "Answer me then. You can't kick us out of our own house." That message sat on my screen longer than the rest. Their own house. They had believed that so completely. The post, the mockery, the chest-thumping certainty. None of it would have happened if they had ever considered the possibility that I was not powerless. That was the thing about contempt. It makes people sloppy. It teaches them to assume the person they use has no private life, no documents, no exit, no plan. But contempt has terrible eyesight. It can't see what's coming until the headlights are already in the driveway. The process server reached the house on a Thursday at 10:17 a.m. I know the exact time because Patricia's office sent confirmation. And because at 10:19 my phone lit up like a fire alarm. Dad called first, then Mom, then Kevin, then Aunt Barbara, then Dad again, then Mom 3 times in a row, followed by a text that simply said, "Elena, pick up right now." I let the calls ring out while I joined a breach containment call for a rural hospital whose scheduling system had just been hit with malware. There was something almost poetic about calmly instructing a panicked IT director to isolate compromised endpoints, while my own family was finally being forced to understand what happens when a system keeps abusing its most important safeguard. At 11:03, Kevin left a voicemail so full of rage he sounded younger than he had at 15. "You psycho. Dad says this letter says the house isn't ours. What did you tell people? Mom's crying. Call me before I come over there." I saved that one too. At 11:22, Mom switched strategies. Her text came through in fragments, like desperation trying on different masks. "We didn't know." "Then your father was joking." "Then how could you do this to family?" I stared at the screen and thought about all the times those same people had told me I was too emotional, too dramatic, too soft, too sensitive to survive the real world. Funny how quickly my feelings became valid the minute they collided with a property line. Dad's first voicemail arrived at 11:40. He sounded less furious than stunned, which somehow made it sharper. "Elena, call me. Patricia Hayes is saying the trust owns the house and the garage lot. That can't be right. Your grandmother would never cut me out. There's been some mistake." There had been no mistake. Grandma hadn't cut him out. She had documented him accurately. She gave him chance after chance, then built guardrails around the damage he liked to call bad luck. At noon, Aunt Barbara called from a different number, and this time I answered. She opened with a sigh heavy enough to qualify as performance. "Sweetheart, everyone's upset. Your mom is beside herself. Your dad feels betrayed." I looked at the city skyline beyond my apartment window and asked the only question I cared about. Was he betrayed when he posted about me to thousands of people? She hesitated just long enough to expose herself. "Well, that was unkind," she said. "But family says things. This legal route feels extreme." Family says things. There it was again, the family discount for cruelty. The sacred exemption that turns humiliation into personality and boundaries into attack. "No," I said. "Extreme was watching all of you laugh while they humiliated me publicly in a house I was legally protecting." She didn't speak for a second. Then came the guilt script. "Your mother isn't well. Marcos's blood pressure is through the roof. Kevin says the shop may have to close if this property issue isn't fixed fast." Fixed? As if I had broken something functional, instead of stepping back from a machine that ran on my silence. Then they should have thought about that before they invited the internet to spit on me, I said and ended the call. That afternoon, Patricia sent copies of the served documents with her notes. Dad's shop had another problem now. Because I was no longer the contact person, and the liability policy had officially lapsed, he couldn't operate legally on the property under the trust's reduced use arrangement. If he wanted to keep the business alive, he needed proof of independent insurance, updated permits, and enough money to sign a real market-rate lease somewhere else. He had none of those things ready because for years, I had quietly prevented small negligence from turning into public collapse. By 4 p.m., word had begun moving through our town the way it always does. Through half-whispered phone calls, a barber chair, a grocery line, a church parking lot. The repair customers noticed the garage doors stayed shut longer than usual. Dad's Facebook post was still up, but the comments had turned strange. A few people had heard enough to start asking why a supposedly useless daughter seemed connected to trust documents, property notices, and a lawyer. One woman wrote, "Maybe don't mock people online when you don't know whose name is on the paperwork." Dad deleted that comment. Then another entire post disappeared. Too late. Screenshots are forever, and the internet is only funny until it starts keeping receipts. By dinner time, I had 26 missed calls and more than 40 messages. Some were begging, some accusing, some trying to bulldoze me back into my old role. Kevin alternated between insults and panic. Mom kept insisting she never meant it that way. Dad stopped pretending he was confused and started demanding we handle this privately, which is a phrase controlling people use when public consequences suddenly feel unfair. I ordered Thai food, ate on my couch in sweatpants, and listened to voicemail after voicemail stack up from the same people who had not believed my life contained anything worth respecting. At 9:14 p.m., Mom left the message that finally made me laugh, not because it was funny, but because it revealed everything. She was crying hard enough to slur her words. "Elena, please. We can't lose the house. Your father says the shop is done if we lose that lot. Kevin says he can't make his truck payment if the shop shuts down. You know we need you. Please stop this. You know we need you. Not we're sorry. Not we were cruel. Not you didn't deserve that. Need." That was the first honest word any of them had used. I agreed to one meeting, and only because Patricia insisted it would strengthen the record if I offered a final formal chance for discussion in counsel's presence. We met the next Monday in her conference room, not at the house. I refused to walk back into that place as a daughter expected to absorb emotion and clean up the mess. If they wanted access to me now, they could sit beneath fluorescent lights and face the version of me they had spent years pretending didn't exist. Dad arrived first, angrier than dignified, wearing the same leather jacket he used whenever he needed to feel larger than his circumstances. Mom came in behind him with red-rimmed eyes and a tissue clenched in one hand. Kevin slouched last, jaw tight, still carrying the kind of hostility men use when fear makes them feel childish. Aunt Barbara came too, because there is always one relative who believes every family collapse requires an audience, and a mediator nobody asked for. Patricia was already seated when I entered. I took the chair across from them, set a black folder on the table, and watched all four faces shift at once. Surprise, then discomfort, then the dawning realization that I was not there to be talked over. Dad started before anyone invited him. "This has gone far enough. Whatever legal games you and Patricia are playing, they stopped today. You embarrassed this family." I almost admired the nerve. "You posted me for public sport," I said. "You invited people to laugh at me. You tagged my life, my room, my adulthood, and you called it celebration. Don't use the word embarrassed, like you don't know where it started." Mom burst in then, voice trembling. "We were upset. You just left." "No," I said, and slid the first sheet from my folder toward them. "I left after years of being used and insulted in the house I was legally maintaining for you." The first page was a printout of Dad's Facebook post. The second was Mom's before and after photo with her caption about peace at last. The third was Kevin's future dating warning. Then came the comments. I had highlighted the worst lines. I read them aloud one by one. Not theatrically, just clearly. The room changed with each sentence. Cruelty sounds different when you take it out of a screen. and make people hear it in adult air. Aunt Barbara tried to interrupt. Patricia raised one hand and shut her down without a word. Then I laid out the payment records. Mortgage deficits I had covered, insurance renewals I had handled, tax notices I had resolved, utility arrears I had paid, permit reminders for the shop, the spreadsheet summary. For years of quiet labor translated into columns and dates. Dad stared at the pages like they were written in a language he had always mocked and suddenly needed. Kevin went pale around the mouth. Mom kept whispering, "I didn't know. I didn't know." As if ignorance were somehow a defense instead of a confession. Finally, Patricia spoke. Her voice was calm in the way surgeons must sound when explaining the next step. She summarized the trust, the occupancy license, the revocation conditions, the harassment clause, the insurance lapse, the property transition options, and the timeline for vacating if no negotiated exit was reached. Dad tried bluster first. "My mother would never do this." Patricia slid a notarized amendment across the table in Grandma Ruth's careful signature. "She did," she said, specifically because she anticipated this pattern of behavior. He slumped back then, and for the first time in my life, I saw him without the shield of volume. Just a man who had mistaken dependence for authority. Kevin looked at me with something uglier than anger. Humiliation. "So what? You've been secretly acting better than us this whole time." That question told me everything. In his mind, competence was arrogance if it came from me. "No," I said. "I've been secretly preventing your life from collapsing while you all called me useless." Mom reached for the tissue box like it was a life raft. "Elena, we said stupid things. Families fight. You can't destroy us over a Facebook post." "I'm not destroying you over a Facebook post," I said. "I'm refusing to keep saving people who publicly degrade me." There was a long silence after that. Not empty, structural, the kind that arrives when truth finally outweighs performance. Dad's voice when it came again was lower. "What do you want? Not, how do we make this right? Not, what did we do to you? Just the transactional bottom line." I had expected that. "I want distance," I said. "I want the property vacated on schedule. I want no more direct contact outside what the attorney permits. I want every copied post, comment, and repost removed. Not because erasing them changes anything, but because you don't get to keep using my humiliation as entertainment. I want you to understand that I am done funding your disrespect." Mom started sobbing in earnest, shoulders shaking. Dad's eyes went wet, though whether from shame, rage, or pure panic, I couldn't tell. Kevin snorted, swore under his breath, and looked away. Aunt Barbara finally spoke, soft and wounded. The way people do when they've realized the moral center of the story is not where they wanted it to be. "Elena, are you really going to let this be the end?" I looked at her, and thought about every family dinner where I was the butt of the joke. Every time my work hours were mocked. Every time my room was treated like evidence of my failure instead of a command center built around a job none of them respected because they could not see it. "No," I said. "This isn't the end. This is the part where you all finally live in the truth you created." Then I stood up, took a single house key from my wallet, the spare I had kept because some part of me once believed responsibility was love, and placed it on the conference table in front of my father. "Grandma gave me that house to protect," I said. "I did, just not in the way you expected." I left before any of them could turn their tears into negotiation. In the hallway outside, my hands shook so hard I had to lean against the wall for a second. Not because I regretted it, but because some victories hurt on the way out. People love to say blood is thicker than water, but nobody talks enough about how thick guilt becomes when a family has spent years kneading it into your spine. Walking away from strangers is easy. Walking away from people who taught you your pain was disloyal takes muscle. I had that muscle now. They just hadn't noticed me building it. The calls kept coming for 3 more days, then slowed, then changed shape. Dad switched from demands to bargaining. Mom moved from crying to memory, texting old photos and recipes as if nostalgia could function like a locksmith. Kevin went silent after one last message calling me cold, then resurfaced through a cousin to ask whether I would at least help them find something. I didn't answer any of it. Patricia handled the property communication. The posts disappeared, though not before enough screenshots circulated that people in town quietly revised their opinions. I didn't do a public takedown. I didn't post a triumphant thread. I didn't need to. The truth had already walked into the room wearing dates, signatures, and consequences. 30 days later, the house was empty. The garage lot reverted fully to trust management, and I chose not to renew any Vasquez family use arrangement. I sold one and used adjacent parcel Grandma had included in the trust and used part of the proceeds to establish a small emergency tech training fund at the community college in her name for adult students rebuilding their lives, especially women changing careers later than other people thought they should. That felt more like justice than shouting ever could. The family house itself I kept for a while, not as a home to return to, but as proof that survival sometimes looks like legal paperwork, boundaries, and the courage to stop translating cruelty into love. I walked through it once after they left. My old room, Dad's precious man cave, still smelled faintly of fresh paint and stale ego. I stood in the doorway, looked at the recliner they dragged in to celebrate my absence, and felt nothing that resembled loss, just clarity. Some people think revenge is screaming louder. Sometimes it is simply letting people experience life without access to the person they underestimated. My father let everyone mock me online because he believed public humiliation would freeze me in the role he needed. The dependent daughter, the family joke, the one who absorbed disrespect and kept the lights on. 2 weeks later, when the calls started pouring in, he learned the difference between someone who is weak and someone who has been patient. Those are not the same thing. If there's a lesson in this story, it's not that money wins or paperwork matters more than family. It's that respect is not optional just because the target shares your last name. If the people closest to you only feel comfortable when you are diminished, then your growth will always look like betrayal to them. Let it. You do not owe anyone lifelong access to you in exchange for being related. You do not have to audition for basic decency inside your own bloodline. And sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is stop rescuing the people who built their self-esteem on your silence. I used to think leaving would make me the villain of the family story. Maybe it did. But I'd rather be the villain in their version than disappear in mine. So tell me this. If the people who raised you only loved the version of you that stayed small, would you keep shrinking to keep the peace? Or would you finally let them learn how expensive your absence really is? From my perspective, this story is not really about revenge. It is about self-worth, boundaries, and the painful moment when someone finally stops accepting disrespect from the very people who should have loved them most. What stayed with me is how often families mistake control for care and silence for weakness. Elena's strength was not in hurting anyone back, but in recognizing her value and refusing to keep saving people who only appreciated her when she was suffering quietly. To me, that is the real lesson. Sometimes walking away is not cruelty. It is courage. My name is Valeria Santana. I am 28 years old. The night my mother threw my entire life onto the driveway, I still had plaster dust on my jacket from a renovation site across town. I had just finished a 14-hour day adjusting lighting plans for a restored 1920s theater, and all I wanted was to shower, answer 2 emails, and go to bed. Instead, I turned into my parents' cul-de-sac and saw my clothes, my sketchbooks, my laptop stand, my winter coats, my framed degrees, and half my childhood scattered across the concrete like the ugliest garage sale in the world. My father stood by the garage with a megaphone, as if he were hosting a fair. "Attention, everyone," he shouted. "We're finally kicking out our freeloading 28-year-old daughter." My mother was kneeling beside my suitcases, dragging a paintbrush soaked in red paint across the fabric, scrawling thick letters. Pathetic. My younger sister laughed as she taped cardboard signs onto folding chairs at the edge of the driveway. "Free junk from a useless leech." The neighbors slowed down. Someone across the street lifted a phone and started recording. Then my mother raised the megaphone and shouted the line she wanted the entire block to remember. She owes us $16,000. She hasn't contributed a single cent in 3 years. I didn't cry. I didn't beg. I just stood there long enough to understand that this was planned, rehearsed, and designed to destroy me in public. So I picked up what hadn't been destroyed, loaded my car in silence, and when I finally looked at them, I said, "This isn't over. You're going to regret tonight." They laughed so hard my mother had to wipe tears from her face. "With what?" she yelled. "What could you possibly do, you failure?" Before I tell you what happened 3 weeks later, and why my phone started blowing up so much that I had to toss it face down into a sink, answer me this. What time is it where you are right now? And where are you watching me from? I want to see how far this story reaches. I spent that first night in my car, box with my grandmother's ring empty. That missing ring hit me harder than the megaphone. By dawn, I was in a motel on Independencia Avenue. My clothes piled on a chair and a sharp headache pounding behind my eyes. That's when I finally saw the video my sister had posted. She had live streamed it, not in secret but proudly. There she was filming my belongings like a reporter at a disaster scene. Zooming in while my mother shouted about the debt, and my father called me lazy, spoiled, and useless. It already had thousands of views, because people love a public stoning when it's dressed up as tough love. That morning the names stopped being Mom, Dad, and my sister in my head, and became what they really were. Daniela Santana, Gabriel Santana, and Brenda Santana. 3 people who knew exactly which wounds to open because they had spent 28 years studying where I bruised most easily. When you spend your days calculating light angles, fixture loads, and restoration budgets, you learn to keep every receipt. By noon, I had rented a storage unit, leased a small furnished studio on a month-to-month contract, and called the one person I trusted who wouldn't tell me to calm down. Renata Correa had been my best friend since community college, long before I became an architectural lighting designer, and long before she became a local investigative producer for a regional news channel. She didn't ask if I had somehow provoked it. She watched the video once, stayed silent for 5 seconds, and said, "Valeria, save everything. Posts, messages, bank transfers, every voicemail. Your family didn't just humiliate you, they built a case file." She showed up with cold coffee, packing tape, and the first sentence that made me feel human again. "You're not crazy and you're not the villain in their version." Then she added the part that changed everything. "Also, Brenda's live stream captured more than they think. Your mother admitted the exact amount on camera. If that number is false, we can prove it. And if it isn't, they may have to explain where your money actually went." That was the first moment the night stopped feeling like an ending and started feeling like evidence. 2 days later, Renata took me to her older brother's office, Nicholas Correa, a civil lawyer with a voice so calm it makes people on the verge of fainting sit down before they fall. His walls were lined with framed degrees and an ugly lamp that flickered every few minutes, something I noticed immediately because bad lighting has always bothered me more than it should. Nicholas watched the live stream, read the first batch of screenshots, and then asked for my bank statements, transfer records, Venmo notes, and email history with my parents. I expected him to give me a dramatic speech about justice. Instead, he leaned back, clasped his hands, and said something much colder. 2 years ago, I had a client whose family publicly defamed him. He said he wanted a revenge fantasy. What he got was 6 months of legal bills and no satisfaction, because he had no documentation. You do. That's the difference between pain and leverage. Then he started laying out facts I hadn't wanted to see. Daniela had repeatedly sent me text messages marked urgent. Tax payment, insurance notice, mortgage shortfall. Keep this between us. Don't worry your father. Gabriel had emailed me scanned invoices asking me to pay vendors directly, because his account was temporarily blocked. I had treated those messages as family duty. Nicholas treated them as a financial record. By the end of that first meeting, he pointed out 3 things that made my stomach drop. First, the $16,000 Daniela shouted through the megaphone almost exactly matched what I had paid into the house over the past 36 months. Second, several municipal permit notifications for renovations on my parents' property had been sent to my email, not theirs. And 2 forms appeared to carry my electronic signature on projects I had never authorized. Third, the homeowner's insurance policy listed me as a co-applicant in an updated declaration filed 8 months earlier. I never signed it. I never gave consent. Nicholas slid the copies across the desk and said, "Valeria, this is no longer just emotional abuse. This could involve fraud, document falsification, and defamation. But I need you to understand something before we continue." I thought he was going to say it would get ugly. Instead, he said, "If I send letters, if we request records, if we contact the bank, your family could lose access to money, credit, and possibly even that house. Once this starts, there's no going back to pretending it was just a family dispute. Are you ready for that?" I should have taken more time to answer. They were still my family. Daniela used to pack my lunches with little notes. Gabriel taught me how to change a tire. Brenda used to crawl into my bed during storms. But families don't have a lifetime license to crush you. Families don't have the right to paint your suitcases red and call it love. "Yes," I said. "I'm ready." Nicholas nodded once and began dictating a preservation letter to his assistant. "Preserve all communications, do not delete posts, cease and desist false statements, provide an accounting of funds received from Valeria Santana over the past 3 years. It was the most terrifying music I had ever heard. That night I sat on the floor of my new studio, eating takeout noodles straight from the carton, and staring at a pile of receipts scattered around me like cards in a rigged game. And for the first time, the question wasn't how I could survive what my family had done. The question was how much of my life they had built on the assumption that I would never defend myself. My parents didn't respond to Nicholas's first letter with fear. They responded with arrogance. Daniela posted a long rant on Facebook about children who use therapy buzzwords to justify their selfishness. Gabriel commented underneath with a Bible verse about honoring your father and mother. Brenda reposted clips of the driveway livestream with laughing emojis and the caption, "When parasites finally face consequences." They believed that the more noise they made, the more truth they created. What they didn't know was that Nicholas had already requested the bank records of the transfers I had made, and that Renata had started asking quiet questions through local contacts, because Daniela sat on the board of a neighborhood art fundraiser that depended heavily on family-friendly publicity. A week after the driveway incident, Daniela showed up at that fundraiser in a navy blue sheath dress and a martyr's smile, ready to receive praise for her resilience and motherhood. I went too. Not because I wanted to cause a scene, but because I wanted witnesses. The event was held in the lobby of a restored train station hotel downtown. Brass railings, chandeliers, and wealthy donors pretending not to hear the gossip. I arrived in black trousers, a cream blouse, and the jacket Daniela once said made me look too ambitious to be likable. Nicholas came with me, not as a movie-style enforcer, but as a quiet reminder that facts had entered the room. Daniela saw me first. Her smile slipped, but she recovered so quickly it almost impressed me. "Valeria," she said loudly, grabbing a donor's arm before I could respond. "My daughter is going through a difficult phase, but we are praying for her healing." Gabriel moved toward us with Brenda 2 steps behind, already recording on her phone, because apparently the whole family had confused humiliation with a hobby. I let Daniela speak. I let Gabriel say I was unstable. I let Brenda mutter that everyone there should know I had left them ruined. Then, when enough people had gathered without pretending not to listen, I asked one question. "Daniela, do you want to repeat the part where you said I owe you $16,000? She lifted her chin. "Absolutely." I pulled out my phone, connected it to the portable speaker Nicholas had handed me outside, and played the clip of the driveway where she shouted the amount through the megaphone. Then I held up printed transfers, each one labeled with dates, amounts, and purposes. Property taxes, furnace repair, school payment, insurance, emergency plumbing. I read them one by one without raising my voice even once. "This is $2,300 for municipal taxes. This is $2,200 for the air conditioning repair. This is $800 for Brenda's tuition balance. This is the insurance premium you said would prevent cancellation. This is the roofing contractor I paid directly after you said the bank had frozen your account." The room fell silent in a way I had never heard before. Not empty, stunned. Daniela's color shifted. Gabriel said I was embarrassing them. "No," I said. "What embarrasses you is being told no for the first time." Then Nicholas stepped forward and introduced himself. Not theatrically, but clearly enough that donors, board members, and nearby volunteers understood that the rumors now had paperwork behind them. He didn't threaten anyone. He simply stated that false public claims about debt, contribution, and dependency had been documented and were under review, along with the possible unauthorized use of my name on property and insurance documents. Brenda lowered her phone. Daniela tried to laugh it off, but it sounded like glass cracking. A woman from the art board asked if the live stream was real. Another asked if they had truly thrown my belongings outside. Gabriel started talking too fast, the way guilty men do when they realize there are no shortcuts left to sympathy. I left before the argument turned into a swamp. In the parking lot, my hands shook so badly I dropped my keys twice. Nicholas picked them up, placed them in my palm, and said, "That wasn't revenge. That was correction. Revenge is what happens when institutions start to matter." 3 days later, the fundraiser board suspended Daniela while they reviewed the situation. 2 sponsors pulled out, and my family still didn't understand that the worst part hadn't even begun. The social media war exploded exactly as Nicholas had predicted. Daniela doubled down with the posts claiming I had falsified records and manipulated family generosity into a public attack. Gabriel wrote that I was bitter because I had failed in life and needed someone to blame. Brenda uploaded a tearful video insisting I had always resented the family because I couldn't take adult responsibility. For about 6 hours, it worked. People who barely knew us shared half-formed opinions. Distant relatives appeared out of nowhere to say family matters should stay private. Old church acquaintances posted about grace and rebellion, as if there were medals for using scripture to excuse cruelty. Then Renata aired a segment, not detailing every legal aspect, but with enough verified information to shift the ground beneath my parents' feet. It focused on a broader pattern: the public humiliation of adult children, coercive family financial control, and the dangers of false online narratives when video evidence and payment records tell another story. My face was partially blurred. The driveway footage wasn't. Neither was the megaphone, the signs, or the live stream chat cheering while my belongings were soaked in paint. Public sympathy flipped so sharply it almost gave me whiplash. People didn't need me crying on camera. They just needed to see what Daniela and Gabriel had done with full confidence and zero shame. When the narrative shifted, the consequences began falling like dominoes. The neighborhood art board asked Daniela to resign permanently. The dental clinic where she worked as a receptionist placed her on administrative leave after patients complained about her online conduct. Gabriel's small custom furniture business lost 2 pending contracts when clients emailed asking if the man yelling at his daughter with a megaphone was the same one they wanted in their homes. Brenda's side hustle as a lifestyle influencer for her sorority collapsed almost overnight when brands pulled out and her comments filled with driveway clips. Meanwhile, Nicholas filed a formal demand for retraction, preservation of all digital material, and a full accounting of the funds they claimed I owed. He also sent notices regarding possible identity misrepresentation after we obtained copies of municipal applications that appeared to carry my digital signature. My phone started filling with unknown numbers. Some were journalists seeking statements. Some were relatives who had ignored me for years, but suddenly wanted to hear both sides. Some were strangers calling me brave, and I didn't know how to carry that, because bravery sounds much cleaner than what I actually felt. What I felt was exhaustion, rage, satisfaction, heartbreak. Then came the first real crack in my sister. Brenda sent a message at 1:14 a.m. "I didn't know Mom used your name on the paperwork. I swear." She said you had agreed. "Please call me." I didn't respond. 15 minutes later, another message came in. "If you tell people this is a misunderstanding, all of this stops." That message told me everything I needed to know. They still thought my silence was the lever. They still believed I existed to clean up their messes. So instead of calling Brenda, I sent the screenshot to Nicholas. The next morning, he forwarded a municipal notice confirming an investigation into discrepancies in permit applications related to improvements on my parents' property, the conversion of a detached workshop, electrical upgrades, and a rear expansion that had increased the home's valuation. Improvements made while Gabriel told me the house was barely staying afloat. Improvements filed using a name and email that pointed directly to me. That same afternoon, the lending entity reviewing my parents' pending refinancing suspended the application. Their access to quick money vanished. The house that had served as Daniela's stage and Gabriel's kingdom suddenly became a liability with paperwork attached. That's when the calls began to change tone. They were no longer furious. They were terrified. "Valeria, answer. This has gone too far. The bank is asking questions. Your mother has chest pains. Brenda is falling apart. We can talk this through as a family." Funny how family becomes sacred the moment accountability enters the chat. Exactly 3 weeks after Daniela painted my suitcases and called me useless, I was reviewing lighting mock-ups in my office when my phone started vibrating on the desk like it wanted to escape. One call, then another, then 3 at once. Gabriel, Daniela, Brenda, my Aunt Celia, my cousin Diego, an unknown number from the municipal office. Then an avalanche of text messages so fast I could barely read them. "Call me now, please. They're talking about forgery. The insurance policy was flagged. Why would you do this to us? We need you to confirm you approved everything. Answer your mother. Valeria, this is serious. Valeria, please." My work phone rang too. Then my email lit up. Then the voicemails stacked one after another until the notification counter hit numbers I had only seen when a celebrity dies. 56 calls in less than an hour. It felt like being attacked from 6 directions at once. I took the phone into the break room, turned on the faucet, and left it face down next to the sink because hearing it vibrate against the counter made me feel like I was trapped inside a hive. Nicholas told me not to respond to anyone until he reviewed the latest documents. When he called from his direct line, his voice was firm in that way lawyers use when something is either very bad or very good depending on which side of the desk you're on. "Valeria," he said, "the insurance company opened a fraud review because your parents tried to reference your status as a co-applicant during an update tied to a claim, and you formally disputed that status. The municipal investigation also confirmed that the IP data on 2 permit applications doesn't match, and the lender is demanding explanations about recent financial transfers compared to the public statements that you were a dependent debtor. Their refinancing is frozen." "So that's why they're panicking," I said. "That's part of it," he replied. "There's more. Daniela's employer terminated her this morning after a conduct review. Gabriel's biggest client paused all work until this is resolved. And Brenda, Well, Brenda might be the only one who actually understands how serious this is. An hour later, Brenda proved him right by showing up outside my office building without makeup, with swollen eyes and none of the arrogance she had shown in the driveway. She looked younger than I had seen her in years, less like the family favorite and more like a 23-year-old who had finally realized cruelty stops being funny when it turns back on you. I met her in the lobby because I refused to let my chaos enter the workplace I had fought so hard to build. "I'm not here for Mom," she said before I could speak. "I'm here because Dad keeps saying you can fix this if you just confirm you approved the insurance and the permits." "Did you?" I asked. "No," her face crumpled. Then Mom lied to all of us." "Brenda," I said quietly, "Mom didn't just lie. She used me. And you filmed it while she did." That landed. She dropped onto the lobby bench and covered her mouth. Through tears, the pieces started coming out. Daniela had been juggling bills for years, hiding notices from Gabriel until they became emergencies. Gabriel, desperate to keep appearances, approved questionable shortcuts whenever bank forms or contractor deadlines got too close. Brenda knew about the live stream and the public humiliation setup, but not about the paperwork in my name. She thought they were kicking me out to teach me responsibility. She had believed her own script. I should have felt satisfied. Instead, I felt a bone-deep exhaustion. This is what toxic families do. They assign roles until everyone forgets they're choosing them. The scapegoat, the heroic mother, the shouting father, the golden child, the peacekeeping relative. Brenda wasn't innocent, but she wasn't the architect. The architect was Daniela. And Daniela finally called from a number I didn't recognize, leaving a voicemail so stripped of pride she almost sounded like a stranger. "Valeria, please. They're talking about charges. The house, we could lose the house. I know you're angry, but this is your family. Please call me before this goes further." I listened once. Then I forwarded it to Nicholas. That afternoon, he proposed one final controlled meeting on neutral ground, with all communication documented. Not for reconciliation. For terms. For the first time in my life, my family wanted something from me badly enough to hear the word no. We met in a conference room at Nicholas's office the next morning. No cafe audience. No fundraiser donors. No neighbors pretending not to look. Just fluorescent lights, a notepad, a box of tissues no one touched, and the kind of silence that forces people to face the version of themselves they've been avoiding. Daniela looked 10 years older than she had in the driveway. Gabriel's shoulders had collapsed inward, as if anger had been the only thing holding his spine up. Brenda sat at the far end of the table, wringing her hands and looking at me like she wasn't sure she was allowed to. Nicholas began by setting the rules. One person speaks at a time, no shouting, no rewriting documented facts, and no direct contact with me outside approved channels unless I chose otherwise. Daniela broke first. She cried before 5 minutes had passed. Not graceful tears. Not manipulative sobs. Loud, breaking sobs. The kind that come from watching the ground collapse beneath a life you thought appearances could always save. "I was overwhelmed," she said. "I was trying to hold everything together. I didn't mean for it to go this far." I looked at her and felt something colder than anger. Clarity. "You bought red paint," I said. "You got a megaphone. You made signs. Brenda filmed it. Dad announced it to the neighborhood. That's not going too far. That was the plan." Gabriel tried to interrupt with a speech about stress, pride, and financial pressure, but Nicholas stopped him and slid the disputed forms across the table. "Before this becomes emotional again," he said, "we need to address the practical matter." Valeria did not authorize the use of her signature or status on these documents. She did not consent to being listed as a co-applicant on the updated insurance declaration. She does not owe the $16,000 that has been repeatedly claimed in public and online. In fact, the available records show the opposite. Daniela whispered, "We'll pay it back." Nicholas answered for me, "Repayment is a condition, not the only one." Then it was my turn. I had rehearsed something dramatic the night before. But I didn't need drama. I needed precision. This is what happens now, I said. You publish a full written retraction. Not vague. Not spiritualized. Specific. You admit I contributed financially to the house. You admit I was publicly humiliated. You remove all posts, videos, and comments attacking me. Brenda permanently takes down the live stream and posts her own apology. Dad sends written notice to any clients he misled if my name was mentioned. Mom, you repay every documented dollar on a schedule approved by Nicholas. You do not contact my workplace. You do not show up at my home. You do not send relatives to pressure me. If any of that happens, Nicholas proceeds without negotiation. Daniela looked at me like she had never seen me before. Maybe she hadn't. Maybe I had never allowed myself to be this visible. Brenda started crying quietly. I'll apologize, she said. I will. I was horrible to you. That hurt more than I expected. Because for a second, I saw the little girl who used to bring me popsicles on the porch in summer. You were, I said. And I'm not ready to make it easy for you. Gabriel asked if I was really willing to let the family fall apart over a misunderstanding. I almost laughed. No, I said. The family fell apart the night you turned throwing me out into a show. I'm just refusing to stay buried under it. There's a moment when controlling people realize guilt no longer works. You can physically see the strategy die in their eyes. Daniela reached that moment first. She stopped pleading. Stopped reframing. Stopped calling me dramatic. She just looked tired. Ashamed. Smaller than the woman with the megaphone. What happens if we do all that? She asked. What happens then? I answered honestly. Then maybe one day I stop flinching when my phone rings. Maybe one day I remember you without hearing a crowd laughing. Maybe one day I decide if there's anything left to rebuild. But it won't happen because you're my family. It will only happen if you become safe. By the end of the meeting, Daniela had agreed to resign from her last community position, issue the retraction, and begin repayment. Gabriel signed an acknowledgement of the false public debt claim and agreed to cease all direct contact. Brenda offered a written apology and, to my surprise, asked for therapist referrals instead of forgiveness. Later, Nicholas told me that was the first genuinely smart thing anyone at that table had done. The public statements went out within 48 hours. Yes, Daniela was dragged online. But more importantly, the narrative changed. Gabriel's silence became the only apology he could manage. Brenda's audience watched her admit she helped humiliate her own sister for approval and attention. Some mocked her. Others thanked her for telling the truth. I didn't care which. I cared that the lie was dead. As for the house, they kept it. Barely. After restructuring payments and selling off assets Gabriel once treated like status symbols, they didn't lose everything. They lost the fantasy that they could do anything to me and still call themselves righteous. I moved into a sunny apartment above a bookstore in the south part of the city. I filled it with warm lighting, clean lines, and absolutely nothing that smelled like fear. A month later, I was promoted to lead designer on a theater restoration project I had nearly lost in the middle of that family war. The night we tested the final lighting sequence, I stood alone in the balcony and watched a dark stage come to life under cues I had built myself. Soft amber across the proscenium, cool wash over velvet curtains, gold blooming across plaster that had spent years cracked and ignored. And that's when I realized something. Restoration isn't about pretending damage never happened. It's about refusing to let the damage be the final design. That's what I did. I didn't destroy my family. I stopped volunteering to be destroyed by them. And the lesson cost me more than I wanted. But I learned it anyway. Blood is not above self-respect. Sometimes choosing yourself is the only honest form of love left. Love for your future. For your sanity. For the version of you that still deserves peace. So if your own family has ever made you feel like a burden, like a debt, like a mistake they can drag into the street and label useless, remember this. Walking away is not weakness. Telling the truth is not betrayal, and saving yourself is not selfish. It's survival. If you had been sitting in that conference room, looking at the people who broke you, and finally realized you no longer needed their permission to heal, would you have chosen them? Or would you have chosen yourself? In my opinion, this story is powerful because it shows that the deepest wounds often come from the people closest to us. What made Valeria's response so satisfying wasn't just revenge. It was that she chose truth, self-respect, and accountability over chaos. That's what makes this story feel meaningful instead of just dramatic. Sometimes, walking away is the bravest thing a person can do. If you were in Valeria's position, would you have forgiven your family after the truth came out? Or would you have chosen to cut ties completely? My name is Maya Ellis. I am 31 years old. And on Christmas morning, my father handed out gifts to everyone in the room except me. He stood in front of the tree like some cheerful king doing favors for people he thought mattered. My mother got a gold bracelet. My sister got a Cartier box and laughed before she even opened it, because she already knew it would be expensive. Even my sister's fiancé got a leather watch case with his initials stamped into it. I sat there with my coffee going cold in my hand, waiting for my name. It never came. I thought maybe my father had forgotten one bag in the hall. Maybe there was one small box behind the tree. There wasn't. When I finally asked if there had been a mix-up, my mother looked at me the way people look at a stain on a white rug. She said, "Why waste money on you?" Then she smiled without warmth and added, "We only keep you around out of habit." My sister tilted her head, looked me up and down and said, "You're not on our level." My father did not correct either of them. He just adjusted the cuff of his sweater and told everyone to open their gifts before breakfast got cold. I smiled because sometimes smiling is the only dignified thing left to do when people are trying to erase you in your own family. Then I stood up and walked out. 8 days later, on January 2nd, at 8:30 in the morning, a package was left at the front door of their showroom. My sister opened it and screamed. My mother started shaking. My father grabbed his phone, tried calling me 3 times, then 6, then 12. By 9:05, he said the words I had been waiting years to hear. "Oh no, I can't reach her anymore." Before I tell you what he said and what happened after I walked out, tell me what time it is for you right now and where you're watching from. I am curious to see how far this story will travel. The reason Christmas hit as hard as it did was not because I cared about presents. It was because that moment finally stripped away the last polite lie I had been telling myself about my family. They had not forgotten me. They had staged me. There is a difference. My father, Robert Ellis, ran a luxury home furnishing showroom in Savannah called Ellis House Interiors. He liked to tell people it was a family legacy business, the kind built on taste, discipline, and old-school standards. My mother, Susan, floated through charity luncheons and gallery nights, telling everyone she had raised a family of refined people. My younger sister, Lauren, was the face of the brand online. She posted silk sofas, imported lighting, and carefully curated tablescapes with captions about timeless elegance. From the outside, they looked polished, successful, untouchable. Inside the family, I was the one they treated like the embarrassing extra. I had not gone into the showroom. I had not married well. I had not built a social media persona around my cheekbones and neutral cashmere. I worked in commercial acquisitions and asset restructuring. In other words, I understood contracts, distressed properties, debt exposure, and the difference between looking rich and actually being solvent. My family called it my little paperwork career for years. The same way people dismiss oxygen until they are underwater. 6 years earlier, when my father's business nearly collapsed after a brutal financing crunch and a landlord dispute he had badly mismanaged, I stepped in quietly. Not because they deserved it, but because I still believed back then that if I saved them once, maybe they would finally see me as one of them. I used the payout from a deal I had closed in Charlotte, bought the building their flagship showroom operated in through a holding company, cleared the arrears, negotiated their vendor exposure down, and personally guaranteed the seasonal inventory line that kept them alive. My father told people he had pulled off a miracle turnaround. My mother called it a blessing. Lauren called it proof that the family always lands on its feet. None of them ever bothered to understand what I had actually done. They thought I was helping with paperwork. They never grasped that the building was mine, the rescue was mine, and the reason their candles stayed lit every December was me. For 6 years, they paid almost nothing, ignored every hint that I wanted proper structure, and treated me like an awkward cousin who just kept showing up. Every holiday I was seated late, cropped out of photos, spoken over, corrected, laughed at. Christmas was not an isolated cruelty. It was only the first time they stopped pretending it was accidental. And maybe the most offensive part was not what my mother said. It was that my father heard it, saw me sitting there empty-handed while everyone else laughed and unwrapped things, and decided that silence was his most honest answer. Have you ever noticed how people who depend on you will sometimes disrespect you the hardest just to protect themselves from admitting how much power you really have? That was my family. They could only feel superior if they kept me small. The problem for them was that I had stopped needing their version of me a long time ago. They just did not know it yet. I did not cry when I left on Christmas. I did something my family had never once expected from me. I got quiet. The dangerous kind of quiet. I drove back to my condo, took off my coat, made tea, sat at my kitchen counter, and wrote down everything I had covered for them in the previous 6 years. Property taxes on the building, insurance, emergency roof work, 2 vendor settlements, the line of credit renewal I had signed when my father's bank was ready to cut him loose, a below-market occupancy agreement I had foolishly allowed to drift year after year, because family was supposed to mean something. I printed the current deed. I printed the loan documents. I printed the trademark registration for Ellis House Interiors, which my grandmother had assigned to me in a private transfer during the business crisis, because she did not trust my father not to sink the name entirely. Then I called my attorney. Not the family attorney. Me. By Monday morning, she had done what good lawyers do when a motion is finally ready to become paperwork. She made it clean. Effective immediately. My personal guarantee on the January inventory line was withdrawn. Effective immediately, the month-to-month preferential occupancy of the flagship premises would terminate in 30 days. Effective immediately, any use of the Ellis House mark without my written authorization would expose them to injunctive action. Effective immediately, all communication was to go through counsel. I asked her to put the documents in a white gift box inside the courier package. She laughed once when I said it, then realized I was serious. I was. If they wanted symbolism, I could do symbolism. On January 2nd at 8:30 in the morning, the package landed at the showroom door just before they opened. Later, I learned Lauren brought it inside because she assumed it was a late holiday gift from a client. She peeled back the paper, opened the white box, saw the documents clipped beneath the brass key tag for the showroom master lock, and screamed for our mother. Susan read the first page and sat down hard on an ottoman like her knees had vanished. Robert came out of his office still talking to someone about a New Year design consultation, took one look at the letterhead, and went pale. Lauren called me first. I let it ring. Then my mother called. Then my father. Then all three again. By 9:05, my attorney emailed to confirm receipt had been signed for, and my father was apparently in full panic, demanding to know what right I thought I had. What right? That was the funny part. People are always offended by your boundaries when they built their comfort out of your silence. He left me a voicemail on the 3rd attempt. Maya, pick up. There has to be some misunderstanding. Another voicemail 3 minutes later. This is outrageous. Call me now. Then one from my mother, cold and shaking. You are not doing this over Christmas. Then one from Lauren that was almost funny in how quickly her voice changed from smug to desperate. Maya, if this is some weird stunt, it's not cute. We have clients today. Eric is here. Dad is freaking out. Call me back. I did not. I listened to every voicemail once, saved them, and forwarded them to my attorney. At noon, my father sent a text saying the building could not possibly be mine, because he had built the business. That was exactly the point. He thought business and ownership were the same thing because for 6 years, nobody had forced him to read a line of what he signed. I answered with 5 words. Read the attachments more carefully. Then I blocked the number. Within an hour, Lauren had posted a quote about betrayal on her Instagram story. My mother started calling extended family. By evening, I had heard from 2 aunts, 1 cousin, and a family friend from church who wanted to know if I had really decided to destroy my father's livelihood over hurt feelings. Hurt feelings. I remember staring at that phrase and thinking how convenient it must be to call 6 years of exploitation a mood. What do you call it when people accept your money, your protection, your legal risk, your silence, your labor, and still make a point of showing you that you are beneath them? Whatever word you choose, hurt feelings is not strong enough. The next day, they came to see me in person, which was predictable because my family had always believed rules were for other people. I opened my condo door and found all 4 of them there. My father in an overcoat he had not buttoned properly, because he had clearly dressed in a hurry. My mother with that rigid social smile she wore when she planned to say something vicious in a soft voice. Lauren in cream boots and fury. Eric standing half a step behind them looking like a man who had just discovered his future in-laws were not who he thought they were. My father started talking before I invited anyone in. He said there had been enough theatrics and that we needed to resolve this like adults. I asked which adults he meant because the last time I saw him, he handed luxury gifts to everyone in the room except 1 daughter, and called that normal. My mother cut in and said I was making a family misunderstanding into a business attack. I asked what exactly had been misunderstood when she said they only kept me around out of habit. Lauren rolled her eyes and said, "Here we go." She claimed they had all been joking, that Christmas had gotten tense, that I was always so literal, so sensitive, so dramatic. That word again, sensitive. Families like mine love that word because it lets cruel people pretend the real problem is your nervous system. I told them the documents were valid, the deadlines were real, and if they wanted to discuss a commercial transition, they could do it through counsel. My father's face changed. Then the polished public one cracked, and I saw the man underneath, the one who had spent years needing me to be beneath him. He said I would never have that building without him. I said maybe not, but he also would not still be inside it without me. Eric looked at Lauren. Lauren looked away. My mother tried a different route and started crying, saying I was humiliating the family, that people were already talking, that clients would ask questions, that my grandmother would be ashamed. I asked her if my grandmother would have been proud of Christmas morning. She said that was not fair. I said fair had not been part of this family in years. Then Lauren finally said the one thing that made the whole situation click for Eric. She snapped that I was jealous because I had never been the face of anything. Not the business, not the family, not the room. There it was. Not money, not gifts. Status. They had reduced everything to social position so completely that they could not imagine any other measure of value. I asked Lauren if she knew whose guarantee kept the business line open this quarter. She said, "Dad handles the finances." I looked at my father and asked him whether he had told her the bank had already been notified. His expression answered before his words did. Lauren turned white. Eric said, "Wait, what bank?" Nobody answered him. My father stepped forward and lowered his voice as if intimacy could replace honesty. He said the line of credit issue was temporary, and that if I stopped acting irrational, he was sure we could fix this privately. I asked him a very simple question. If I was so irrational, so unimportant, so beneath all of you, why had every one of you come running the second I stopped protecting you? He had no answer. None of them did. My mother switched again, blaming my job, my independence, the city I lived in, the way success had made me hard. Lauren said I was using money as a weapon. I laughed because there is no accusation more revealing than that one coming from people who only notice money when it is no longer flowing toward them. My father warned me I was making a mistake I could never undo. I told him he was right about one thing. There are some things you cannot undo. A sentence like, "Why waste money on you?" is one of them. Habit is another. By the time they left, my mother was furious. My father was trying to look dignified through panic. Lauren was whisper fighting with Eric in the hallway. And I felt something I had not felt around my family since I was a teenager. Calm. Not because it did not hurt, but because it finally made sense. The same people who said I was not on their level were now begging the floor beneath their feet not to move. And that floor had my name on it. The ugliness started after they realized guilt was not going to work. First came the social version of the fight. My mother called relatives and framed me as unstable. My father told vendors I was having some kind of breakdown and trying to extort him. Lauren posted quotes about narcissists, ungrateful daughters, and women who confuse bitterness with power. A week later, one of their bigger vendors called my attorney, asking whether the business was about to lose the premises because rumor had spread that a family dispute was threatening operations. That was when my father made his real move. He had a lawyer send over a packet claiming the building had always been intended as a family asset, that my company merely held title for tax convenience, and that Ellis House Interiors had acquired equitable rights through years of occupancy and business investment. It was an aggressive argument, which I might have respected if it had not been stitched together with fiction. Attached to the packet were supposed board minutes from a meeting that never happened, an internal memo I had never seen, and a scanned signature that looked enough like mine to make an uninformed person hesitate. My attorney did not hesitate. She called me and said exactly 2 words that made my whole body go cold. They forged. For one long minute, I did not speak. Then I sat down at my desk and pulled every archive I had. Metadata, email chains, version histories, bank wires, insurance riders, the original grandmother transfer. I do not know if my father thought I would fold because I was emotional, or because I was his daughter, or because people like him assume confidence is the same thing as competence. What he forgot was that my whole profession exists because other people lie on paper, and then act offended when someone notices. We responded hard. My attorney sent a demand to preserve all records, accused their counsel of relying on facially defective documents, and filed for declaratory relief confirming title control and trademark rights. The bank, once shown the dispute and the withdrawn guarantee, froze any discretionary expansion on their account. 2 large January inventory shipments were paused. A local design blog picked up whispers that Ellis House Interiors was facing operational instability. That was when the family began to fracture in ways gossip could not soften. Eric called me privately one evening. He said he did not want details, but he needed to know whether Lauren had lied to him about the business being hers someday. I told him the honest version. Lauren had been promised a throne inside a kingdom she did not own. He was silent for several seconds, and then hung up in a voice that sounded much older than when I had met him. 2 days later, their engagement photos disappeared from her page. Meanwhile, my father tried one final family intervention at the showroom itself. He invited me under the pretense of discussing a structured exit. When I walked in, my mother, Lauren, the family attorney, and 2 senior staff members were waiting as if they could pressure me by turning it into a ceremony. My father began with a speech about legacy, about blood, about the humiliation of being challenged by his own daughter. He said I had always wanted to prove something. I said I had, that I existed for starters. My mother said this was all, because no one made enough fuss over me at Christmas. I looked at both staff members and asked if they knew the family had told me they only kept me around out of habit. The room went silent. My father snapped that private words were private. I asked why cruelty becomes private only after witnesses appear. Then the family attorney slid a proposed settlement across the table. They wanted 18 months to remain in the building at the same minimal occupancy rate, full permission to keep using the brand, and a mutual non-disparagement clause that would have gagged me while protecting them. In exchange, my father was prepared to acknowledge my contribution in a private letter. A private letter. After years of public disrespect, forged paperwork, and a Christmas performance designed to remind me I did not count, he was offering to maybe write down that I had been useful. I pushed the settlement back across the table and said no. One of the staff members looked like she wanted to disappear. The other looked like she had just figured out who had really been keeping the lights on. My father called me vindictive. My mother called me cold. Lauren said I was trying to ruin her life. I asked her a question I had been holding for years. At what exact point did you all decide I was only family when I was paying for things? No one answered. The attorney ended the meeting 10 minutes later because he could see what they could not. The facts were not on their side. The performance was. And performances have a short shelf life once the documents start talking. The hearing that followed was not dramatic in the way movies like to imagine courtrooms are. It was not thunder and shouting and surprise witnesses bursting through doors. It was something much more satisfying. It was slow humiliation under fluorescent lights. My father came in wearing one of his expensive gray suits as if fabric could lend credibility to forged board minutes. My mother sat beside him rigid and offended. Lauren looked furious and exhausted. Their attorney looked less confident than he had at the showroom meeting, which told me he had finally done the reading his clients should have done years earlier. My side was simple: title history, transfer records, financial rescue documents, guarantee withdrawal, trademark chain, email evidence, metadata showing the board minutes they submitted had been created 3 days after Christmas on Lauren's laptop and altered twice before production. That part made even the judge pause. Their attorney tried to say it was a draft accidentally mislabeled. My attorney asked why a draft had my simulated signature embedded into it. There are moments when a lie dies in public, and you can almost hear the air leave it. That was one of them. My father was asked directly whether he had ever paid commercial rent consistent with ownership claims. He started with a speech about family arrangements and informal understandings. The judge cut him off and asked for numbers. Actual numbers. Specific months. Specific accounts. He had none. Lauren was asked whether she had represented the business publicly as family-owned without clarifying the structure. She said everyone knew what she meant. The judge said that was not an answer. My mother was never formally called, but when the false minutes came up again, she leaned toward my father and hissed something sharp enough that even across the aisle, I could see panic move through both of them. By the time the order came down, the result was exactly what the facts required. Confirmation of title in my holding company, confirmation of my right to terminate occupancy, immediate injunction on unauthorized use of the brand, referral of the forged document issue for further review if either side wanted to pursue it. My attorney later told me judges do not enjoy being handed family melodrama wrapped around bad paper. We walked out, and my father tried one last time in the corridor. He said I had made my point, and asked if I was really going to follow through. I said yes. Lauren stepped in front of me and asked whether ruining the showroom would finally make me feel important. I said no. Being treated like I existed would have been enough. For the next 3 weeks, reality did what drama always hates most. It kept going. Vendors tightened terms. A planned winter collection launch was canceled because they could not assure access to the brand. A local magazine quietly removed Ellis House Interiors from a feature on legacy businesses after a polite but devastating legal letter from my attorney. Eric moved out of Lauren's condo. 2 staff members resigned. My mother stopped posting. My father, who had spent years acting like the building was just a backdrop he could command forever, was suddenly supervising bubble wrap and discounted fixtures under emergency timelines. When the deadline came, I did not go to the showroom alone. I went with counsel and a locksmith. The place was not destroyed the way vindictive people destroy homes in movies. It was damaged in a more expensive way. Missing inventory tags, custom drapery rods bent beyond reuse, display lamps without bulbs, scraped marble tables, boxes mislabeled, vendor binders gone. Petty, time-consuming, deliberate. On the central table where Lauren usually filmed her content, there was a white gift box waiting for me. Inside was one of the holiday tags from Christmas. Mine. Blank. No name, no gift, just the empty tag tucked beneath a note in Lauren's handwriting that said, "Some things never change." I stared at it for a long moment, and almost laughed because even after the hearings and the panic and the collapse, they still needed me to know that in their private mythology, I was the problem. That is the thing about people like that. They can lose everything real and still cling to the fantasy that they were morally taller while falling. The locksmith asked if I wanted the box thrown away. I said no. I slipped the tag into my coat pocket. Some trophies arrive in stranger packaging than others. I sold the building 4 months later to a hospitality group from Atlanta for more than my father had once told people the whole showroom business was worth. I did not keep the Ellis House trademark active for my family. I retired it, licensed a few design archives connected to my grandmother's original work, and let the rest of the myth die with dignity they had never earned. People in Savannah talked, of course. Some said I was ruthless. Some said my father had it coming. Some insisted there had to be more to the story because nobody would really go that far over Christmas gifts. That was always the easiest way for outsiders to misunderstand it. It was never about gifts. It was about hierarchy. It was about being treated as structurally lesser by people whose comfort depended on my willingness to keep funding the lie. It was about being useful enough to exploit and invisible enough to mock. After the showroom closed, my father rented a much smaller space outside the historic district and tried to reopen under a new name. But without the old location, the old credit relationships, or the old image, it never had the same pull. My mother's social circle shrank fast once invitations stopped carrying prestige. Lauren tried to pivot into consulting and lifestyle content. But brand deals dry up when your audience realizes your elegant world was mostly staged on borrowed ground. She and Eric did not get back together. My father sent me 3 letters over the next year. The first said I had destroyed the family. The second said he hoped I was satisfied. The third said he wanted to understand why I had become so cold. I almost answered that one. Not because I owed him anything, but because the question was so revealing. He still believed coldness had started with me, not with a father who could watch one daughter sit empty-handed on Christmas morning, while everyone else unwrapped proof they mattered. I did not write back. Some questions do not deserve answers. They deserve memory. My extended family mostly sorted themselves into 2 groups. The honest ones admitted they had always suspected my father exaggerated the business story and treated me badly. The others preferred the cleaner fairy tale where I let money poison me. That was fine. People need narratives they can survive themselves inside. I built a new firm the following spring, smaller and sharper, focused on distressed asset transitions and family-held commercial disputes. Turns out there is an entire market for helping people untangle businesses held together by ego and silence. I was very good at it. On the wall of my office, framed in a simple black frame, hangs the blank gift tag from that white box. No name, no inscription, nothing. Clients sometimes ask what it is. I tell them it is a reminder of the cost of waiting too long for people to acknowledge what they already know they owe you. Do I feel guilty? No. I felt grief. I felt rage. I felt the sour exhaustion that comes when you realize family can know exactly where to wound you and still act shocked when you finally stop bleeding for them. But guilt? Not once. Because the truth is, I did not destroy my family. I stopped underwriting a performance they were too arrogant to believe could ever end. And every now and then, usually on quiet winter mornings, I think back to Christmas. My father standing there with gifts for everyone except me. My mother saying they only kept me around out of habit. Lauren smiling like cruelty was the same thing as class. Then I think of January 2nd. The package, the panic, the calls. I did not answer. The moment the people who had treated me like background noise realized the whole room had been wired through me all along. If I have learned anything, it is this. Blood is not proof of love. Proximity is not proof of respect. And being tolerated is not the same thing as belonging. They spent years trying to convince me I was not on